Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're back on the record. I was afraid I was going to be about 5 minutes late this morning. I kind of lost track of the time while I was eating breakfast. Like I told Holly, I said I already figured out what I was going to say. Like I was going to say, like I've told you all, we were meeting at 9:05 sharp. But I didn't need to do that. Okay. Well, is there anything before we continue with the witnesses that needs to come to the attention of the chair at this time?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have one clarification.
Yes.
I understood that I had moved for administrative notice of the 2019 Supply Resource Plan, and I just want to make sure that I did do that and that that was taken administrative notice of on the first day, because we keep referring to that.
Yes, we do, and there was no objection to that, was
Are
there?
you talking about the electric resource?
Yeah. In case it's not on the record, why don't I just make sure the chair is admitted into the administrative record, the 2019 procurement plan.
Thank you.
That. And, yes, Vice Chairman Lee.
Memory serves me right. I think when you brought the first one in, you listed as NWE1, and then yesterday you used that one on one as well. Did the court reporter pick up? Okay, my mistake. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one other administrative matter having to do with scheduling of witnesses. Unfortunately, Dr. Grant's family. No?
Just Darryl Grant. No doctor.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Grant experienced a loss in his family, and I think optimistically we thought this hearing was going to take 3 days, and that may not now, in fact, be the case. So he has a flight leaving tomorrow morning at 5:30 a.m. If, in fact, we continue to proceed apace the way we have been, I have some concern that he may not be able to do his oral rebuttal testimony before he's required to leave. So I was wondering, and I know this is a bit unorthodox, whether or not an accommodation could be made towards the end of the day to allow Mr. Grant to testify at the end of the day.
I was afraid you were going to ask, can we meet at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning?
No objection.
To the 4 a.m.? Whoa. You must be a fisherman.
I think I'm going to
Fisher
object to
person.
that.
No, I'm certainly have no objection to that. Does any of the parties object to?
We'll be glad to work with Mr. Uda, but we also have some witnesses that have flights and deadlines that we need to get heard today. So maybe we can see how it goes this morning and work with our schedule for this afternoon.
Absolutely.
And I want to assure you, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to do everything I can do not to spend a lot of time on witnesses that isn't productive. That isn't productive.
Well, and I was going to say that it's sort of a direct relationship that the longer the crosses are, the more cross the commission gets. But that's actually not true. I'm one who believes, and I think commissioners agree with me, but in any case, I'm in the chair, so I'm going to indicate that, I don't want anyone to feel pressured or rushed in terms of getting a full record. And, it no doubt will go into a fourth day. But do not feel the least bit rushed in terms of, that's what we're here for. This is our job. So it will, however long it takes, that's how long it takes. And on the other hand, if you get into irrelevant or repetitive testimony, I might cut that short. I did want to mention also that it is very important, and we all know this, but sometimes we need to be reminded to not talk over the top of one another and have two people talking at one time. That's happened a few times in this hearing, and it's extremely difficult for the court reporter and not real easy on the commissioners either. So try to be careful with that. Okay, any other matters that need to come up? Very good. Well, let's continue then with the witness from yesterday, Dr. Fitch-Fleischman, and we're going to go back to Mr. Rogala so he can continue his questioning.
Thank you, Chairman Koopman. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I think I only have a couple lines of questioning. Any PPA questions should be directed towards Ms. Schermerhorn, correct?
Yeah, the questions about the legal content of the contract, yes.
And
Perhaps an important exception is the measure and pay formula.
okay, well, I'll start right there for now because that was one of the questions. Can you discuss how Northwestern's proposed measure and pay approach would work for Caithness?
Yes. We propose to measure the capacity contribution provided by Caithness as we have actual data rolling in, and based on that measurement, to update our expectations about the future capacity that the project will provide. And so, starting today, going into the first year, we don't have actual data. So we propose the default value that Dr. Doris has calculated in his testimony, which looks at the combined output of the wind and battery as our best expectation of what we would, if we knew this resource were going to be online in 6 months, how much less capacity we would need to plan to have because of this resource. And it's a probabilistic assessment of what they're going to provide because no one knows when the peak load period is going to be and what the wind's going to be doing at that time. So we form our best expectation about the first year, and we propose to start paying them based on that expectation immediately. Then, as we get actual data coming in, we propose to run that through the tool to figure out retrospectively how much capacity they did provide. And we do that again the next year, and we roll that in to kind of like a moving average of what has happened historically to give us our best guess of what will happen in the future. And now I kind of wave my, it's a little bit hand waving to say a rolling average because the actual details of that calculation are important. The SPP tool requires multiple years of data. I think Caithness misunderstands how you apply the SPP tool. You don't apply it to 1 year's data, separately the next year's data, separately the next year's data, and then average those results. You have to pool all the data together, multiple years, run it through the tool, and then get that calculation. It's not a simple average of year by year, because what it is it uses a 60% exceedance methodology, and it may be that in 1 year you have particular outcomes where you don't have peaky load, and another year you do have peaky load, and it's a way of not just equally weighting, right? It's not like 1 hour, 1 vote contributes to the mechanism. It's that the important hours contribute more. And so I think Caithness misunderstands that. They try to do it year by year individually and come up with those averages, with those yearly values, and then average them. And that's not, if you read the description of how the tool should be applied, that's not how it works. And so in my testimony, the formula I propose to roll into using the SPP tool with actual data accounts for that feature, that you take the first year's default, then after you have actual data, you run that through the tool. Then when you have 2 years of actual data, you run those years jointly, pooled through the tool, not separately on the second year to average with the first year. And I've spelled this out in my testimony very carefully. I introduced that notion of MCY, measured capacity in year 1, measured capacity in year 2, because it's not just the measured capacity in year 2 is not the capacity only in year 2. It's the capacity measured using data up through year 2. And I know that that's, without putting an equation on the board, it's hard to see that difference, but that's why that language is very important. So your question was, can I explain how you do it? The proposal is take the default value for the first year, and then as we get actual data, start rolling that data through the SPP tool to form our expectation going forward on what we should plan for and what we should pay them for. A second key distinction between our proposal and Caithness is that they propose a true-up. I don't think that's an appropriate mechanism to include in the formula. I think in the long run it won't have a large effect. But the reason I don't think it's appropriate is because if we go into, say, winter this year, planning on a particular amount of capacity from Caithness, planning on means in advance, we have other resources available as capacity to provide in that peak event. If history and hindsight reveals that in that peak event, Caithness's project delivered a lot, we can't go back and avoid those costs that we had to incur on a planning basis, right? Retrospectively, we can't avoid costs. It's great that they showed up, and what we'll do is we'll revise our expectations about the next year upward to reflect that, and we'll pay them more going forward, but we won't retrospectively true up or true down costs if they don't show up as expected, because we couldn't avoid costs. We can't go back and undo that decision, right? Energy can be adjusted in real time. Capacity, we don't have that ability. So I think in the long run, it will be the same. And in fact, our proposal provides them more certainty, right? Their proposal would introduce a lot of variability into it. You may have to ask them why they prefer that. I'm not sure I understand, but it might be also a misunderstanding about our proposal.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. I have a couple of follow-up questions. As I hear you correctly, the SPP methodology is not taking a average of 3 specific SPP calculations for each year as Caithness provided, but rather it takes a aggregate 60th exceedance evaluation of the total 3 years. So instead of it being 22 hours, hit the 60th exceedance for 3 years, then average those, it does 22 hours one year, 22 hours another, 22 hours another, sorts that production model, and then hits the 60th exceedance. And that is the capacity contribution, correct?
Correct. And the sorting is done by Caithness generation. Yeah.
And I'm curious why you chose a 3-year glide path from this proxy first-year capacity value instead of a 5-year or a 7-year. I just need some more detail there.
Yeah. The reason we were willing to go with a short, a glide path, but quickly moving into it, is because we think what's most important for all involved is an accurate reflection of their actual capacity. And right now, we're trying to make a judgment based on the information we've received in their petition and in discovery, and that's not complete. Once the facility is actually online, we give far more weight to the actual production. And if the facility performs differently than we've assessed, above or below, I think it's important for the value of Caithness and for our customers to quickly move to a value that's reflected by actual performance rather than the flurry of data we've exchanged through this proceeding.
And one more follow-up is you noted that you don't think a true-up would be appropriate for the first year. And I'm curious whether it would actually matter. Because if, say we use either Dr. Doris's or Caithness's first-year proxy value, then the actual true-up for any overpayment, for any underpayment of capacity would likely be rather de minimis compared to the administrative burden of having to true up at the end. Is that a fair statement?
One clarification first is that I don't support a true up in the first year or any year. I think that if this project comes online and in 15 years we look back and compare what their capacity payment is using a true up versus not using a true up, I think the total will be very similar over that time period. And here's an analogy. Imagine that their capacity value is determined by the roll of a die, right? And so I say, I'm going to pay you, $1 for every number that comes up on the die. And I'm going to pay you in advance. And I want to pay you as accurately as possible for that roll of the die. Before you roll that die, I'm going to pay you $3.50 because that's the expected value of a roll of a die, right? If you actually roll a 1 and I get $2.50 back, and then next year you roll a 5 and I give you $1.50, you can see over how time it's going to be the same as if I just gave you $3.50 every time, right? It's going to average out. Now, that's only true if that 3.5 prediction in the first year actually represents the true value. And that's why we're willing to move quickly, to have that glide path move quickly to the actual value, because it's that difference. If we miss a lot on that difference, that's where there's a greater probability that our customers are harmed or Caithness is overpaid. And so that's why we're willing to move quickly there. I think it'd be far simpler not to have a true up and to use that mechanism where we quickly move to the actual, accurate expectation going forward.
I think I understand what you're saying now. So it's a wash if there's a proxy capacity value because it's not actual capacity, and you have a exact same probability of being under or over or at the proxy capacity value. So it'll work out. But the quicker you can move from a proxy to an actual, you can avoid any of that potential inequity.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, shifting to ancillary services, I'm assuming all of my questions regarding self-supply and OAT tariffs should be directed toward Mr. Steinmetz.
Probably. If your question's about how you would model and calculate ancillary services, that might be directed to me. But if the question's about the tariff and rates and calculation of the appropriate charges for ancillaries on our system, that would be Mr. Steinmetz.
Okay. And then it looks like I just have two more quick lines of questioning. On page, you don't need to turn to the page. It's on page 18 of your testimony, you discuss a potential curtailment stack. And to my understanding, that's a new discussion before the commission. And so I'm wondering if you could provide further detail to that concept.
Yeah. It might be useful to do with a graphic that it was submitted in exhibit, Dr. Dorsey's exhibit 3. And I know we have a printout of that. I don't know is it okay to use that as an illustration?
Yeah, and we can actually, we can pull it up real quick over here. And Vicki, that's in the attached exhibit, Gary Doris 3, and it's in his.
I'm sorry.
It's an Excel spreadsheet. Actually, Neil knows where it's at because we were discussing it earlier.
Which is it, 3B?
3A, how about? Either is. Yeah, either will be true. 3A happens to be the one I have. Could you zoom out?
Which way do you want to go?
Click the minus sign. Actually, click it. Yeah, there you go. Double click. That's good. Touch bigger, maybe. Okay, that's good. Thanks. This is one simulation that I mentioned this yesterday in my testimony, and this is. Could you click the arrow up top in that black box
This one here?
to the right? Yeah, exactly.
You want more?
Okay, nope, that's fine. Go back one, sorry, thanks. Just because, so this is the one that we all have on front of us on the paper. So this is January 20th, 2021. We ran 100 simulations. This is one of the simulations. And this is, Caithness asked for the other 99. This file's 40 megabytes. That would have been 99 times 40 megabytes to load onto your system. We instead provided it not formally through the docket, but on a Microsoft BI, business intelligence platform, to make it available as best we could. So just starting on the vertical lines show each resource. So on the bottom, the dark brown is the Colstrip portion of must run. That's the Colstrip at its minimum run. Then the blue is our hydro for that hour. The light green is our existing wind. The dark green is Caithness. And then on top of that, the brown, it's either Colstrip economic, and depending on the shade of brown, which I apologize, it's hard to see, or sometimes it's, no, I think it is Colstrip economic dispatch. So I can't explain this whole chart and all the mechanism, and I understand we have reasons to move efficiently here. But this shows the dispatch stack, right? We're running must run, Colstrip, then we're running zero marginal cost, hydro, and wind, and then only at the top, when prices are high enough, do we dispatch Dave Gates or Colstrip or Basin Creek. And so you can see as you move along that our stack changes as the wind varies, and then in the middle hours of the day, starting hour 8 through hour, look at for a moment at 8 through 18. On the top of the stack is the light brown is us dispatching. And at the very top of that, you can see a little bit of blue, which is Basin Creek dispatching. And Basin Creek will dispatch either to provide ancillaries or because the price is higher than Basin Creek's variable cost, and so it's dispatching economically into the market. So your question was about a curtailment stack. This is a dispatch stack. So there may be times when our wind is so high. So look, for example, at hours 2 through 7. We are not dispatching any dispatchable resources in those hours, with the exception of Colstrip at its minimum. Everything else, our load, is met entirely by zero marginal cost resources. If you added a bunch of wind on that, we'll start having trouble selling that wind. We already face transmission constraints now at times when the wind is really high. And if that wind is provided in the form of a QF contract, we have to pay the QF. We cannot curtail them. If we curtail them, they'd lose their production tax credits. And you know how that would make them feel. So to curtail something here, we'd have to start looking at curtailing something like our hydros, which are zero cost to run, and have cost to curtail, right? Because we have restrictions in the ponds about how much flow you can have. You might have to spill water, which comes with an opportunity cost. Or we might have to back down something like a Colstrip, even if it's at its must run. Because if you have more generation than you have load, it doesn't work, right? You have to have load to absorb that generation. So the idea is if we start increasingly face a situation where we have more energy than we can move to market, we will have to curtail resources. And it's not zero cost to curtail resources. So we will need to figure out what the cost of different curtailments is so that we choose economically which resources to curtail first, whichever ones have the lowest curtailment cost. So it's the reverse of a dispatch stack. It's a curtailment stack. You want to do it in the right order. You don't want to curtail something costly first. You want to curtail something that has least cost to curtail.
So that's fascinating to me. But to be clear, Northwestern has not created a dispatch stack, or curtailment stack, sorry.
That's correct.
And your proxy method for dealing with this curtailment issue is to value QF resources in condition 3 at 0, which is one attempt to address this curtailment issue.
It's correct. It's an attempt to address the curtailment issue, and it's also an attempt to be in line with what PURPA requires. PURPA very clearly says that it imposes no obligation on the utility to deliver QF energy to market. I know this commission has disagreed with that or felt that that was discriminatory for reasons in the past. It's becoming an increasingly growing problem on our system to assume that we can do that without cost, either because of transmission constraints or because there's administrative and staff time to market energy, right? We're effectively providing a free power marketing service to the QF if you make that assumption. And so for reference in this model, there are two lines that move across and show the avoided cost. The one that's kind of a dark blue solid line shows the avoided cost according to the condition 1, 2, 3 method that the commission has previously adopted. And then the dashed green line that's slightly darker, I apologize about the colors, but the dashed green line that's a little bit lower and often overlaps with the blue line shows the different methods. It shows the marginal cost to serve load without valuing QF energy according to market price in those conditions when we're long. So you look, for example, at hours 1 through hour ending 9. You can see that in the first hour, the blue line and the green line are different. And that's because in all of those hours, we're long. We don't need energy. But in the first hour, the price is high enough that we're dispatching Colstrip economically. And according to the previous method, using condition 1, 2, 3, in that hour, the value of QF energy would be valued at the dispatch cost of Colstrip. Even though Colstrip's not serving load there, it's being dispatched economically to market. So if you follow PURPA's statement that we have no obligation to deliver their energy to market, that energy instead is not avoiding any costs for us. Its value is zero. So that's why in that hour 1, you see a difference between the blue solid line and that green line that's hitting around 600 on the left axis, which is actually $0 on the right axis. So this is our attempt to make this hourly model as transparent as possible. You can click through in this 42 megabyte Excel spreadsheet, you can click through every day of the simulation and see every hour what our dispatch stack is and what the resulting avoided cost calculation is.
That's helpful on curtailment stack, and I have actually some additional questions on this, but I'm going to save those for Dr. Doris.
Thank you.
One last line of questioning, and this deals with modeling of batteries. Would you be the best Northwestern witness to answer a couple of questions, or should I direct that towards? Well, actually, let me just start with you. It's my understanding that Northwestern did not model batteries. Is that correct?
No, we did model battery. We did not include the battery in the power sim modeling to calculate the avoided cost of energy. And the reason is because Caithness, there are several reasons. One, the value of a battery is largely in its sub-hourly abilities, not shifting energy across hours. Second, Caithness wanted us to model the battery without any obligation to provide ancillaries, even though they've said they would self-provide ancillaries. Our assessment of the battery is that at the sub-hourly level, it would need to be doing a lot to provide those ancillary services. That would obligate and consume a lot of the battery's ability, leaving very little to actually shift energy between hours. And then lastly, I mentioned this yesterday, Caithness understands themselves, as evidence in emails we exchanged, that the value of the battery in shifting energy over time is limited. And so what we thought was an appropriate way to do this would be to model the wind to get the avoided cost of energy in light load and heavy loads, and then Caithness can knock themselves out switching energy from light to heavy loads as much as they want. And they can arbitrage that price difference by using the battery to do that and get those returns. Putting the battery in the model would have a trivial effect on the rates, the light load and heavy load rates. It would affect the volumes of energy provided in those periods, which they're welcome to do and shift that energy and receive the higher price instead of the lower price. But putting that battery in there without having a detailed understanding of its sub-hourly ancillary obligations would be it'd be a mistake, because we would be assuming the battery has a lot more capability to shift energy than encompassed by their proposal. And the fact that they didn't analyze the sub-hourly obligations of the battery to smooth the wind at a sub-hourly level is really important. And that's why you saw me blow a gasket yesterday when Mr. Mr. Grant said that sub-hourly sawtooth pattern would be smoothed out, and that they had looked at it and I'm glad that they corrected it, because they did not look at that.
And you note that, so you didn't model it because you felt that it'd have a trivial effect on avoided energy cost, correct?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
Well, then why not do it anyway?
That's a fair question, because we would have had to make assumptions about how it would have operated. And we didn't get a clear and adequate explanation of their dispatch algorithm to put those assumptions into the model.
Okay, that's fair. And yes, 2 days ago, I was talking with Mr. Durand, and his testimony, I'm paraphrasing, was that the capability, and this might be a question for Dr. Doris, the capability of PowerSim to model batteries was different in kind from the functionality that Caithness can provide. So it wasn't so much an economic question, it was more a technological question. Would you agree with that representation, or would you think it's primarily an economic issue?
I don't follow the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, so my understanding of why PowerSim, why Mr. Durand, and I can't remember who provided information to PowerSim modeling team or how they got the information, but my understanding of Mr. Durand's testimony was that batteries were not included in the avoided cost of energy because the PowerSim's functionality to model batteries was different than the services that Caithness could provide. So it would be like it wouldn't provide an accurate representation of avoided energy costs for Caithness because it's a different battery project.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object on the grounds that I think Mr. Regala's question misstates Mr. Durand's testimony.
And that's fair because I'm having a hard time remembering it. Let me phrase it this way. This might be a question for Dr. Doris. Would PowerSim be able to model the capability, the avoided energy costs of Caithness Beaver Creek's battery project?
I believe so. It's a better question for Dr. Doris, but the reason I believe so is largely because, PowerSim works, the standard use of PowerSim for Northwestern is an hourly level. But like I mentioned yesterday, it can do a 5-minute level, and we're doing exactly that, evaluating batteries in our South Dakota RFP. But beyond that, I spent last week, I spent 3 days at a conference on changing dynamics in power markets, hosted by Dr. Doris and Ascend, and the place was teeming with battery developers. They use PowerSim. So I don't know if Mr. Durand knows something that I don't or Dr. Doris doesn't know about who you go to model batteries, but that'd be a good question to ask Dr. Doris.
Okay, and I'll continue that line of questioning with him. And I think that's my last question, Dr. Chairman Koopman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Regala. And let's see, we were starting with the commissioners yesterday with Commissioner O'Donnell, so I guess next we'll go to Commissioner Pinocci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The state of Washington changed their law. They don't like coal energy. So we have these transmission lines from Colstrip to Washington. I see we've got a ton of green, and when the wind's blowing hard, we have more than we need. Can we make a deal with Washington, who would love to have wind energy and they don't want coal anymore? And is that a way to offload this additional wind energy?
Yeah, absolutely. It's constrained by the transmission system.
If we get a greater share of Colstrip, and my understanding is we get a greater share of the power lines going to Washington. It was one of the reasons I supported a greater deal of Colstrip, and also we get more baseload power. Would that be true? If we get more Colstrip, we'd have more rights to the power lines to Washington to offload this wind energy?
Yes, we would have. If we had a greater share of Colstrip's transmission system, that would be beneficial in terms of exporting energy from Montana, no doubt. I think that I would just caution that this is the territory where if you're going to assume we could export Caithness wind, our customers are on the hook to pay for that whether we can or can't. So if there are times that we can't, but we've built in a contract price where we nonetheless have to buy Caithness Energy, then we have to start curtailing something else. You're absolutely right that increasing the size of our export capacity would be valuable to improve that situation, but I don't think it would make the challenge go away completely.
Oh, and I certainly agree. Do you think Washington, now that they've put themselves in this position to stay away from coal, might pay more for wind energy or have to? So Northwest Energy might have an ability to make more money selling wind to Washington. Is that a possibility?
It's possible, and it's complicated thinking about how you might account for the green versus black electrons and how that might affect prices at markets in equilibrium. But no doubt that it's theoretically possible that there could be a premium that they would be willing to pay. I don't know the extent to what we would expect to see that in markets already. And there'd be a big difference if that was driven by something like a renewable portfolio standard where they were obligated to have X percent of non-carbon resources, as opposed to if there was a carbon tax, an actual price on it. Because if they have state policy that requires a certain percentage of green energy, that won't necessarily show up in the prices as much as an explicit price on carbon like a carbon tax would. So the nature of the policy may influence that as well.
I'd be quick to brag about our new battery to Washington to say, look, we've got battery backup now. You really got to look at us, but I don't know how effective that'll be, but I didn't want to throw that out there. All right, so listening to Mr. Grant, he claims that he was listening to Dr. Doris and Mr. Lefebvre on changes that should be looked at or considered, and Mr. Grant comes back and says, hey, I've made those changes. Are we asking for new changes to Mr. Grant since then? We're moving the target?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd recommend you ask that question to Dr. Doris. I wasn't a witness in that previous proceeding, and so I think that the assessment there of that battery configuration, which was smaller batteries, bigger wind, relative to this, which has smaller wind and more batteries. What I will say is I know we've taken a very detailed look, given what information we could have, and we still have concerns about the size of the battery relative to the wind. But I would recommend you ask, if you have questions about what was assessed in the previous Caithness configuration, direct those to Dr. Doris.
And I remember what he said, woefully inadequate was what he said.
I recall that.
Has Northwest Energy made a move to help Caithness that you know of? Caithness has made changes and a move to please Northwest Energy. Has Northwest Energy made a move to kind of help out Caithness?
We've spent a considerably vast amount of time trying to understand their proposal and their project, and it's been very difficult to understand some of the important details. And we're constrained somewhat by the PURPA framework. It would be very different to have a battery that was not constrained by a wind farm. If the battery could be charged by a grid, which it can't in this situation because of PURPA and because of their need to qualify for the production tax credits, the battery would have far more flexibility. So that's one important thing where it feels a little bit like banging my head against a wall trying to understand how those constraints complicate their proposal, which we have, like I said, spent a considerable amount of time trying to understand and still struggle when we don't have sub-hourly information and we've had trouble getting explanations that make sense about their dispatch algorithm. So I would say we've done a lot in terms of the staff time and modeling resources that we've tried to do this, and there are some very real constraints that make it difficult and make it very different than if it was a utility-controlled battery where we could have it receiving actual real-time information and dispatched at will from our control center rather than through a contractual mechanism that we then have to work with a third party to dispatch. So I understand the spirit of your question, absolutely. I think we've spent a lot of resources doing our best to figure out how this project might fit in our system.
Last February, we couldn't produce enough power for Montana. So Northwest Energy had to go to the open market. At one point, they paid up to $900 a megawatt. That's only 100 days away if that happens again. Would this unit, if it was installed, help with that problem?
Yeah. Building wind turbines doesn't make the wind blow, right? So if the wind blows in that period, then yes, it would be helpful. And part of that, what was so challenging about that February cold snap was that our 360 some megawatts of wind was essentially at zero or near zero for most of that period. If that happened this year with Caithness, if they entered that period with their battery fully charged, they could provide energy for 4 hours. But as you enter the second half of the first day and the second day and the third day, they can't charge. Now, maybe their site is different than the other wind sites in Montana, right? We've seen that their temperature is different apparently than Billings and Bozeman, and so I've been joking that they should be pitching it as a hybrid wind, solar, geothermal resource because the temperature is apparently higher there, right? So it could be that their wind regime and their environment is different than the rest of Montana. But last February, no wind was blowing on our system. So if this February the wind is blowing, it would be great. But if nature conspires so as not to blow when it's cold, I suspect it will affect their resource the same as it affects the other wind on our system.
And to be clear, the wind wasn't blowing in other states, and that is why the price of energy was so high. The wind was dead across the Northwest.
Yeah, the entire Bonneville wind footprint, which is enormous, 2,800 megawatts or thereabouts of wind, goes through days of no wind.
All right, well, thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Ponochi. Next, Chairman Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fitz-Fleshman, welcome back. Good
Thank you.
to see you. Just a couple of clarifying questions for my own edification. Can you quantify for me at some level the impact of the application of the SPP tool in the manner in which y'all use it versus the manner in which CBC is using it?
Yeah. When corrected, so there were two errors that Caithness made. One was to use it year by year rather than pooling the years. And the second was in their initial testimony, they mismatched years of generation with years of load. They used 1 year of generation and matched that with different years of load. When they corrected that, that reduced their capacity calculation in the neighborhood of 11 to 15 megawatts. And to convert that to dollars, a 10 megawatt error in the capacity contribution over the life of this contract, I calculated is in the neighborhood of a $26 million error. So it's large.
Thank you for that. Talking now about curtailment in order to accommodate excess generation, looking first at the hydros, and I hate to contradict you, but I'm pretty sure that the wind electrons are blue, not green.
I stand corrected.
Yeah. Looking at hydro, what percentage of your generating fleet there is run-of-river?
I don't know the percentage.
Well,
that's
what
run-of-river
I'm
offhand, sorry.
getting at is looking at that opportunity cost when we curtail hydro. If we've got some storage capacity, we can defer that cost. If it's run-of-river, we cannot.
Correct.
And I'm just trying to get a balance there because there's a fair amount of opportunity to curtail there to accommodate the excess generation from another source, correct?
Given the flexibility in the ponds, yeah. You're right, we have some ability. I don't know how big it is. Mr. Steinmetz may know. That might be a question for our hydro operations. I do know it's less than you would hope for over the course of 10 dams
Well,
across
yeah,
the
I know
system.
that in some states they have considerably more flexibility in that regard than we do. And maybe Mr. Steinmetz is the one to ask on this other question too, but when we start ramping coal strip down below must run, how costly does that become in terms of impact on the facility, the infrastructure?
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that, and that's exactly the question we need to get the answer to develop that curtailment stack.
Okay, and then finally, who in your team should I visit with about, we had the discussion about comparing like kinds of fruit. I'm interested in accurate comparison of the price differential in the 15-year versus 25-year all-in PPA. Who would that?
On our side, I don't believe we calculated anything beyond 15
I haven't
years.
seen anything.
Dr. Doris would probably be able to speculate on that kind of fruit.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Fitz-Fleshman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Vice Chairman Lake, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Doctor. Question on your chart. What and where did you gather the data to determine the January 20th of 21 data for the load portion?
It's based on historical load data. So we put into PowerSim historical load, weather, market prices, generation, et cetera. PowerSim uses a simulation to pull information from historical actual observations and put them through a regression model of forecasts, which Dr. Doris will be able to explain in much more detail, and including a random component to simulate a potential future load. So this is a simulation, a projection with a random noise component based on actuals. And this shows one path of all these variables, and we do it 100 times.
About how many years of data is used to establish that?
That's a good question.
Multi?
How many? Yeah, certainly more than one. I think it's probably in the neighborhood of 5 to 10, but actually Mr. Babineau would be able to answer that question.
All right, appreciate that. Looking at it from my side that I've seen so far, the Caithness generation, and clear me up if you will. To me, it looks like a battery that is using another method of charging to provide, and then the excess generation from the wind then becomes a marketable product at another time. Am I off on that?
No, that's right. Up to 4. It's a 4-hour battery, so up to 4 hours later. Yeah.
But the battery mainly is the load that they can dispatch during the peak times that you can guarantee. And I think that's probably the key word is the guarantee. They know they have 40 megawatts, and they know they have 4 hours of power, whatever that number is. And that's the only one that they can really guarantee. Everything else is subject to Mother Nature.
Right. And so it's that spirit that we used exactly to come up with our calculation, which Dr. Doris can explain, of the battery's potential capacity contribution. We essentially said, according to the SPP method, what are the peak load periods? Going into those periods, we made what we feel are reasonable but perhaps generous assumptions that 4 hours before that period, we assume the battery was at least 50% charged. And then during those 4 hours leading into that peak period, Caithness had the perfect foresight to use all of the wind energy to charge the battery and then discharge it in the peak period. Those were the assumptions that went into our calculation of the battery's capacity contribution.
And that's just where my mind is running to. Now, PURPA. We know the limitations of the current PURPA. The new version of PURPA, is that going to make it easier for battery supply to fall under the same, some of the rules are going to stay. You have to take the power that they provide. But if they, by their own claim, are shooting for peak load capacity generation and supply, and I think the word really should just be supply rather than generation, because they are looking for peak load to number one, and I think it was someone else's testimony that they really designed it that way in order to capture the higher priced market. That's business, and I respect them for doing that. Have you reviewed the new PURPA?
I think you're referring to the notice of proposed rulemaking that they're soliciting. Yeah, I've looked at it. I can tell you we're very eager to issue comments and participate in that, but I have no idea. That'll be a stakeholder process, and I have no idea if anything's that they're contemplating will come to pass.
And that sausage still has yet to be ground and packaged. But the bottom line is we have some, and I will say fatal flaws in the current PURPA laws that make it very difficult to come up with new technology and make it fit economically, that still fits with the utility, and basically clear down to the consumer, so the consumer isn't having to pick up the extra tab. So, Doctor, I think that, one question, how long has the heat rate factor been used in the calculation? The long-term calculation?
Our projection of the declining heat rate. We started, I don't know if we used it before our resource plan, but we've used it in our resource plan and subsequently. So it's in the resource, it was in the draft resource plan we filed last spring, and it was under development in the period leading up to that. Dr. Doris can speak more to that.
Okay, so it is a fairly new factor that just helps you get to a more fair pricing structure for consumers, which everybody's in the business of supplying load for the consumer. So,
We think it represents the way the dynamics of power markets are changing as more and more renewables come on the system, and that there's zero fuel cost, so prices are coming down, but they're also variable. And when you get when nature conspires such that loads are high and renewables are low, prices spike. So you're getting lower average prices, but higher volatility, and that's. You'd spend some time thinking about that. It's a hard one to make sure you have an intuitive feel on that.
And since we just experienced that within the last year, it's very, very vivid in our memory. But, Doctor, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Lake. And I guess it's my turn. Dr. Fitch-Fleischman, hello. Thank you for being here today again.
Good morning.
You've been in that chair for quite a while now, haven't you?
Yes, I'm comfortable.
I suppose maybe you should get combat pay or something, extra pay for sitting in that thing. You've done a fine job. Thank you for being here. I'm going to just to ask some questions again, probably just referencing your direct testimony. And one thing that caught my attention just at the beginning of your testimony, page 4 or 5, was the comment that the commission. You mentioned that we're dealing with a novel and complicated arrangement that falls outside the bounds of what power purchase agreements with QFs have historically addressed. You say the commission should not attempt to solve the situation under the framework of the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act, PURPA. You go on to say that CBC itself was unable to identify any standardized methods of valuing the capacity contribution of the battery. I guess I find that an interesting statement. Obviously, we have to conform with PURPA and FERC's current policies, rules. Are you saying that FERC is sort of behind the curve when it comes to this issue, and therefore we should discount them as much as possible?
I'll agree with the first half. FERC is behind the curve. We can't discount them as much as possible.
Right. That's I didn't say that right. But yeah. But what were you saying here?
So PURPA requires that we pay for energy and capacity equivalent to the cost of energy that the QF allows us to avoid and the cost of capacity that the QF allows us to avoid. So this commission could establish a cost of energy and a cost of capacity and direct Caithness, like all other loads and generators on our system, to pay ancillaries per hour out. Those are the charges calculated based on our system's embedded cost to provide those services. Our supply customers bear those costs. Other generators and loads on our system bear those costs. And this commission could simply tell Caithness, here's the avoided cost of energy, here's the avoided cost of capacity, just like any other QF. And for ancillary, we understand that the battery provides some ability to smooth and shape, but we're not persuaded that it provides the value you think it does, and we don't understand exactly how it's going to work for all the reasons that our testimony has raised today, and therefore you pay the OAT rates just like any other customer on Northwestern. That would be completely within the bounds of PURPA. Now, let me qualify. I deeply respect the Commission's attempts to try to figure out this new technology. We are very excited about batteries. The industry is very excited about batteries. But it happens that in the context of PURPA and in the third-party ownership structure that Caithness has proposed, it's really difficult to figure these things out. And that's why I raised the point that I asked Caithness, do you know how to do this? Do you know of any standardized methods for valuing the capacity of a battery? No, they don't, right? That's because everyone's trying to figure this out right now. And so if this commission is eager for batteries to brag to our friends in Washington, which I would certainly do too if we had the battery on our system, you could try to solve these problems in this context. I think you should be very cautious about doing that, given all the concerns we've raised.
I guess I'm asking for an opinion here, so maybe it isn't real valuable to the record, but could it be that because of the production tax credit factor, that maybe developers are jumping the gun, that maybe it would be better to wait until FERC has figured this out better, and maybe even the technology has gotten better? It seems to be getting better at a steep rate here, and who knows in 5 years from now just how much more economically feasible it might be. Do you think there's a factor there where they're maybe jumping the gun, in your opinion?
Mr. Chairman?
You're not going to allow that?
The question is as calling for the witness to speculate.
Okay, and I'll withdraw the question. It really is.
They themselves said they're in a hurry.
Yeah, and I understand why,
Gets to
sure.
respond to an
Yeah.
question.
I'll agree with you, Mr. Uda. Okay, moving on back to your testimony. You mentioned here, starting on page 6, you talk about CBC's testimony contained many inconsistencies and leave important questions unanswered, and I think you're generous enough to say it because many of these things are just very difficult to figure out. And maybe again, this might be asking for a little bit of an opinion on your part, but after all, we are talking about opinions here a lot. But why in the world would, if CBC is is not representing things accurately, I mean, why in the world would they have any incentive to put something out there that's overly optimistic when they're exposing themselves to a tremendous amount of penalty if they don't if they don't produce, if they underperform? It doesn't make sense. Seems to me, yeah, they're in a hurry, because of the production tax credit factor for one thing, but don't you think they'd want to be extremely careful in what they propose?
Yes, I would think so. I think that I think CBC misunderstands some important features of the situation here, and then there are plenty. I mean, for example, in their rebuttal testimony, they have said for the first time Northwestern is introducing a pancake transmission charge. There is no pancake in our transmission charge. Our reply to CBC Data Request 7 lays out the basis differential in prices at mid-C of our history and shows the basis. The basis includes that price differential and transmission on Northwestern system. Not a pancake would be transmission on the next system over. It's not there, and they simply misunderstand that issue. So yes, I would think they'd be very careful. On the other hand, it could, this is something you could ask Dr. Doris about or Mr. Grant about, but the development model is that a developer comes in, gets a project, gets a contract, and then they sell it. So if they sell it while with the rosy assessment they've given, they move on to their next project and they're not part of it anymore. And lastly, I would say that the penalties they have proposed are far from tremendous.
I'm going to object to the witness's answer insofar as what he's doing is speculating about what CBC's intent is with respect to this project. I don't think there's any foundation in this record to suggest that what Caithness's plan is to immediately flip the development of this project to a third party so they don't bear that risk.
So what do you want me to do with that, Mr. Uda?
Well, I think to the extent that the record reflects his statement about what CBC may or may not be intending to do, I think that part of it should be stricken from the record.
Are you comfortable with that
I think there is evidence in the record. For example, you can talk to Ms. Schermerhorn when she's on the stand, but CBC has clearly shown an interest in the contract language that would make it easy for them.
Mr. Chairman,
Sell
again,
it.
this is council's job to respond to
And
objections.
he's my co-counsel's done a
Yeah.
great job, because that's exactly what I
That's
was
true.
pulling out was, you can ask Ms.
my point-
Schermerhorn.
My point, Mr. Chairman, is there's a huge difference between maintaining flexibility in contract language in the event of a contingency and their intention. The witness's testimony goes to the latter, not the former.
Yeah, I'm going to allow the objection, unless there was something else you needed to say, Ms. Hill, on it. I'm sorry, I jumped over you there.
No, that's fine. We can address the PPA terms with Ms. Schermerhorn.
Yeah, and I obviously, we are drawing out opinions from witnesses, but that's an area really that isn't part of the record in terms of. Well, I guess I could ask you this: do you know about how frequently QF wind projects are acquired by other? That would be an interesting fact. If you had it.
I think they are often acquired by others.
Yeah, I guess we don't really have any specifics on that. Okay, well, let's move on. You list a number of bullet points here, what you feel are important questions that are left unanswered or, in your opinion, inconsistencies. One, and I'm not going to go through them all. On bottom of page 7, though, your last bullet point, you talk about and this has been discussed some already, but that the CBC's proposal is to have access to Northwestern's load forecast, and it states that its dispatch optimizer is designed to obtain real-time retail load and generation information. For reasons of security and availability, Northwestern does not provide this information to generators, and CBC is not aware of any QF that receives this information. Do you think this is something that over time the Northwestern would be willing to provide, as again, maybe written into the PPA, into the contract under certain specific conditions?
This is information that is currently provided in various organized markets, Cal ISO or PJM or some of the other markets, and we don't have an organized market in the West. We're moving that direction, and to the extent that information becomes available in a public and open manner, then it would be fair from a competitiveness standpoint for folks to have that information. But I think that CBC is imagining that our system is similar to the Cal ISO or the New York ISO or PJM, and it's not. We don't have that today.
What do you have available? Because you talk about security here. There is some information that you're just not willing to provide. Is that right?
Yeah, I think as you get to a specific level of loads and locations, you enter concerns about security.
Okay.
It's not something that I have particular expertise on.
One of the things you mentioned on page 13, as you make a statement here, it is paramount for the Commission to recognize that the incentives that will drive CBC's choices about the operation of its batteries, and therefore the capacity that Northwestern can rely on the CBC project to provide, will be determined by the terms of the PPA, not by the needs of Northwestern's system. In other words, it will be driven by the PPA, not the market. Could you explain that a little further, what you're talking about there?
Sure. I think this is something that Mr. Brown was getting at in some of his questions about whether the incentives created by measuring capacity with the SPP tool are aligned with Northwestern's system needs. And I think largely at this point, the SPP tool does align those needs, but it's an approximation, and it's somewhat coarse, carving off months, picking off the 3% load hours. Right now, it's a reasonable approximation, but as we join the EIM and things require 5-minute dispatch, as markets integrate, if we, we're going to write a contract, the analogy is we could look on this contract in 10 years like we look backwards on the Kelp and Yelp contracts right now and their limited flexibility and the concerns about those, right? Because when you lock something in for 15 years, I understand their need for certainty to go get financing, but also that certainty limits future flexibility. And what I'm trying to say is that it's a very different thing to have a battery governed by a PPA than it is to have a utility own or have a tolling agreement with the battery so that they can adjust how they operate it based on future changes in the market. If you lock in the incentives today with a PPA and then 10 years, even if we all agree things should move differently, the contract creates a lot of friction in how you get there, and everyone's trying to get their piece of the pie. So I urge caution that if the commission is going to try to, bring a battery onto the system in the construct of PURPA, that things like the contract are going to lock in. Even if we get it right today, something may change in the future, and we might want to look back at the contract and realize there's some operations that need to change, but the contract fixes them. All right, and you have to go through a legal rigmarole to figure out if you can adopt the method of operation.
As a follow-up to that, and this is, again, is a question commissioners have asked from time to time, and is it ever considered that there would be a periodic adjustment to the avoided cost numbers, perhaps a revisiting of other aspects of a PPA in the course of a 15-year, 20-year, 25-year contract? Now, I know what the developers say. We're not going to get investors this way. It's too much uncertainty. And again, that does reflect on the genuine economic feasibility of a project if it needs to have that much certainty built into it. But is there ever any attempt on the part of Northwestern to come up with a reasonable way of, annually or even every 3 years, 4 years, revisiting some of these things so there is more flexibility that can benefit the developer as well?
I don't know if historically attempts have been made. I completely agree with the spirit of trying to figure out how to find that flexibility. And it may be an argument in favor of utility ownership of resources. We make upgrades to our existing hydro resources. We have hydro QFs that are trying to figure out if it's economic for them to make upgrades, and it's harder to figure out in that context because of the contractual limitations of PURPA.
Okay. Yeah, I had questions about curtailment as well that I think have basically been answered. I was wanting to know also what the examples of the costs that are incurred when curtailing company-owned generation, what kind of numbers we're talking about. But I think we pretty well covered that with looking at the supply stack there, or the dispatch stack, pardon me. And I don't want to be repetitive, and there's some things I too will be asking other witnesses, Dr. Doris and others. You state on page 20 of your testimony, because the monthly approach relies on monthly level aggregation, it does not accurately reflect the movement of intermittent resources and the effects on the hourly leveled costs of the portfolio. And again, this has been discussed quite a bit, and Mr. Regala did a good job of mining down into this. But so I guess you're saying that a monthly aggregation just doesn't properly account for conditions that are there but are sort of hidden in a monthly calculation.
Yeah, I understand. This is a tough one to explain and to understand. The monthly calculation takes the same hourly model, the same hourly inputs, this same information,
Right.
and instead of assigning avoided costs step by step at an hourly level, It takes this day, multiply, across the 30 days in the month, and it says, what was the average price in heavy load and light load hours? And it compares that average price to the average market price to the variable cost of Colstrip, Dave Gates, and Basin Creek. And when you compare those averages, you can imagine a situation where the price is flat, just constant price across the month. And compare that to a situation where in a couple hours, the price falls by half. When you do the monthly level, those couple hours will reduce the average a smidge, but not enough that it will tilt it across the threshold comparison of the variable cost of the relevant resources. However, at the hourly level, it will pick up the fact that in those hours, the avoided cost was different. The monthly model, through its coarseness, misses that. And what's happening is we're having more and more hours where that happens, and it's important. And it's pulling the average down or up, whichever direction is closer to the threshold. But that result will only show up truly in the monthly model if it crosses the threshold. But if it doesn't, it might lower the average but not across the threshold, in which case the monthly model is essentially throwing out the information in those hours. And that's why the hourly model comes up with a lower avoided cost value than the monthly model, is because all those movements are happening in that direction. And that's why it is essential to move to the hourly model. It's deeply ironic that Caithness is proposing a technology whose value is at the sub-hourly level and asking for a monthly calculation. Those move in the opposite directions.
Well, and I know I apologize. The commission has been asking this quite a bit, and I wanted to give you just another opportunity to maybe illustrate in a different way, and you did. Thank you. I think it's helpful to us. So essentially, if you're using the hourly calculation, the hourly model, it will always reduce the avoided cost of an intermittent resource like this.
Only because average prices are falling. So it happens that average prices are falling. In general, prices are falling. So we're getting more and more hours. The example I gave, I said 2 hours fall by 50%. What we're seeing is a lot of hours fall by a little and a few hours spike. And the net effect is reducing on average as you look with a finer lens at the hourly level. If the reverse were happening, if prices were rising on average, then I think the effect would, I don't think you would see the avoided cost go up as you move from monthly to hourly, but it would be more ambiguous of a change. It's not just that hourly, it's not like hourly lowers avoided costs. It's hourly in combination with current market dynamics that shows that the actual avoided cost of a variable resource is less when you look at it on an hour by hour level, because that variability in generation and in prices is becoming so important, and because marginal costs of these resources are low.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation. So it ends up almost invariably lowering the avoided cost, but
because of the way prices are moving.
What we're concerned about is accuracy, fairness to all parties,
especially customers.
And sure. So okay. I'm looking at on page 22 of your testimony. I'm looking at your chart here. I think I I don't think I'm going to ask. I think I do truly understand better now than anyway, I do understand Northwestern's position on valuing at zero rather than at market. And as I can see here, looking at the declining heat rate, when there's a significant difference. Well, all right. Let me see. There's another. Let me hold off. I think one of the problems in terms of hourly. Of the hourly approach for the commission is it just simply hasn't been, in our view, transparent enough. It wasn't clear to us exactly where where how that was being done. And do you think there's been improvements since then that in what Northwestern has worked on?
Yes, I understand the frustration with the transparency. This is our attempt to make this transparent.
Yeah.
And I believe that's transparent. I mean, it's I'm not saying it's simple, but I believe it's transparent.
I'm wondering here, I'm looking at this table 1 on 22, and why the avoided cost is so much higher when the 3 conditions are factored in than when they're not. The heavy load hours, $20.25 versus $26.77, and then without the declining heat rate, 23.78 versus 32.59. Why is it that they're that much higher with the 3 conditions included?
That's the crux of this methodological difference. If you'll turn to the second page of this, there's a perfect example. This is the January 21. If you advance 1 click to the right on the arrow,
There.
so in the first 18 hours of the day, see that flat green dashed line at the bottom? Mm-hmm. In all of those hours, we are long on energy, meaning the QF cannot help us avoid any costs of serving our load. We could take the QF energy and sell it in the market if we have availability to do that. And if we did that, we would receive the market sale price. And we could provide a free power marketing service to the QF and simply transfer it to them. If you did that, this is the conditions 1, 2, 3 approach. Instead of the value being at 0, represented by that green dashed line, the value would be up at that dark navy line that you see moving along there. Mm-hmm. And what's happening there is that we are serving load completely with our must-run and zero marginal cost resources. So the QF energy is not being used to serve load. And that's why everywhere my testimony says avoided cost to serve load, because that's what PURPA requires. So the difference is that if we don't need their energy to serve load, this commission has to decide what that's worth. And what we are saying is it's becoming increasingly difficult to market that energy without cost. If we do market that energy without cost and give them the value of the market price, then it would be represented by that higher value in that table, which is the blue line here. And you can see in these hours, we're dispatching Colstrip to market, right? We're long, we're serving load with zero marginal cost resources. The price is high enough that we can sell energy from Colstrip. If we start hitting transmission constraints, we're going to have to either sell less energy from Colstrip in order to meet our obligation if imposed on us to market their energy and pay them, instead of selling Colstrip into the market, whose revenue is then used through the PCAM to offset rates. So the difference between the green dash line and the solid blue line is the difference between those prices in that table.
Very good, thank you. Yeah, I need to ask you to maybe give a little more of an explanation on this comment, page 35. Why do you recommend a fixed monthly rate? I recommend a fixed monthly rate rather than a payment based on energy generation during the particular period, because the use of separate energy rates of heavy and light load hours already compensates and incentivizes CBC to deliver energy during period when it is more likely to be valuable to Northwestern system. What exactly are you driving at there? I'm trying to understand that a little better.
So this assumes we've arrived at the capacity contribution of the battery and the rate we need to pay Caithness for capacity, and it's about the mechanism for paying Caithness. So suppose the battery, the value of their capacity, which is provided throughout the year, right? The value is in planning. It's not in exact moment. It's like a call. It's an option value. So today we would have that option whether or not we're calling on it. And so the value then is a fixed amount of money, and we need to figure out how to pay it to Caithness. So we could take it, say it's this, whatever the value is over the course of a year, carve it up into 12 pieces and tack it onto the monthly payment we make them for energy. It'd be a simple way to do it, and I'm proposing it for simplicity. An alternative way, which the Commission has adopted for wind-only QFs, is to take that amount and instead of just saying carve it into $12 or 12 segments and give it monthly, carve it up into a value per megawatt hour, and then just add it to the per megawatt hour rate. And the Commission has chosen to do that for on-peak hours, so that a wind facility, without a battery, the wind facility doesn't face a lot of choices other than maintenance. And if they're going to schedule maintenance, that creates an incentive for them not to do the maintenance during the on-peak periods. Instead, deliver energy and do maintenance in the off-peak period. Caithness's project, because they do have kind of a strategic choice all the time to whether to move energy from light load to heavy load hours or not, they already have that incentive to shift energy to the valuable periods. And they also have it through that measure and pay capacity mechanism. So I don't think we need to add that third layer of incentive. I think they're sufficiently incentivized to operate their facility both in the choice of battery or any kind of maintenance to provide energy when it's likely that we'll most need it. And this is a simplified manner to administer. And the reason I do this is because our group administers these contracts, and the administrative burden is far from trivial.
Just a minute here to see if there's anything else. That's a burning question to me. I'm on 27 now, and you make the point here that in 3 out of every 10 years, CBC would provide less than 2 megawatts of capacity, and but ultimately, and at this point, you were still thinking in terms of 50 megawatts. Obviously, that was adjusted down because of the mistake down to slightly over 40. But if that's true, that would be that much variance, what effect might that have on the long-term planning process, the procurement of adequate capacity by Northwestern? Seemed it could be pretty problematic.
I agree. We would have to plan to have enough capacity to meet our load regardless of what CBC delivers. And if they don't happen to provide energy when we need it, we have to have some other source for it. So I think that, we have to plan for tail events, not averages, right? I heard someone give the great analogy recently that planning for averages, it's like flying through the mountains at average altitude. What could go wrong, right? So we have to plan for the tail events. And so that variability in Caithness capacity is important. Now, I will say this, that variability, those citations are from Dr. Segal's table, his calculations. My understanding is that those low values happened in years in which we had a summer peak, which has happened in, I think, about 3 out of the last 10 years. And the wind is better in the winter. So that's driven less by their performance than it is by the timing of our peak, because the SPP methodology matches peak with performance. So that's somewhat of a shortcoming of the SPP method, which is the best approximation we have right now. But your question exactly highlights the fact that we have to plan for tail conditions, not average conditions.
Yeah. It's a little bit frustrating that that at this point you cannot come up with any real number on the cost of transmission, the transmission costs that'll be incurred. And it seems like this uncertainty is going to be a challenge to their CPC attracting investors and so forth. Is there any way that Northwestern can come up with some kind of rough estimates on this, help them out a little bit with what these transmission costs may well be? Or are they just, at this point, just saying, well, until we know, we don't know?
So imagine you're a residential customer of Northwestern. You're asking the same question right now about what your retail rates are going to be in 6 months. And those rates will be the result of this commission's decision in our rate review, right? So our transmission rates are undergoing the analogous process at FERC, which is the commission, just like yourselves, that rather than focusing on supply issues in Montana, focuses on transmission issues nationally. So it's going through a process. FERC has approved our interim rates. There will be intervention. There will be, that whole process. But ultimately, FERC will approve rates. And Mr. Steinmetz is the best one to speak to this process and what those rates will be. And I think that, it's that process that all our customers are beholden to. The uncertainty that Caithness faces is no different than the uncertainty that any other customers who are going to have to pay for some sort of transmission face. The challenge on their part is that they're in a rush to get a large amount of finance. I keep thinking I mishear Mr. Grant when he says $500 million. That's about twice what I would expect this project to build, but maybe he can clarify that. So I understand that they have a lot of money that they need to go present certainty about cash flow on. It's only because they need to do that they're in any different position than the rest of our customers.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will ask a witness during rebuttal on that cost as well, because I remember it being something over $600,000 for the original proposal, which was twice as many, more than twice as many turbines, and now they're talking, I think, 400 and something. But yeah, that's not your question for you. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going to end it at that point and save other questions for other witnesses. But thank you, Dr. Fitch-Fleischman. And I think we're done with commissioners and staff. So we will go back to recross. And
I have a few questions. I have no idea how long it will take. I mean, some of it's dependent upon the witnesses' answers, but
we've been doing this for an hour and a half, so this probably be a good point.
well, I was going to
break.
suggest that, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I jumped on your line this time.
No, it was totally fine.
Yeah, let's go ahead and reconvene at 11:15. I'm sorry, at 10. Yeah, at 11:15. Looks like everyone is back, including me. And so we will be back on the record. And Mr. Uda, it is time for recross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fitch-Fleischman, Mr. Gala asked you some questions about the SPP methodology and Dr. Doris's calculation. If this question is more appropriately directed to him, please feel free to defer it to him. But do you know what Dr. Doris's total capacity contribution is for battery and wind?
I think for the combined facilities, I think it's 23 megawatts, so in that neighborhood.
23.4?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And I think you also mentioned that you believe that Caithness made some errors when they were calculating the capacity contribution utilizing the SPP methodology, right?
Right, and I believe they've made some corrections.
Right. So you have an opinion about the way the SPP methodology should have been apply to this project, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you done an SPP methodology calculation for the capacity contribution of this project?
I have not pasted the data into the workbook myself, no.
Is anybody at Northwestern?
Yes, Mr. Babineau, I believe, did.
Okay. Do you know what that capacity contribution was?
When he ran it for the wind only, I think it was in the neighborhood of 4%.
Okay, but he didn't run it for the wind and the battery, is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
And we've explained that the SPP tool is not designed for batteries.
Okay. I understand that's your testimony. I believe in discussing various subject matter with Mr. Regala, you made the statement that there is no obligation in PURPA to deliver power to market. Is that correct?
Yeah, the quote's in my testimony. I could find it if you like.
Oh, no, that's okay. I just wanted to ask you some, if you agree with that statement, if that's your testimony here today, that's fine.
So the FERC quote is that the purchase rate should only include payment for energy or capacity which the utility can use to meet its total system load.
Okay, that's fine. And I think you said that that's based on your interpretation of PURPA?
No, that's a literal quote from PURPA.
Okay. And that, where is that in PURPA itself?
It is in the Small Power Production and Cogeneration Facilities Regulation implementing Section 210 of the Public Utility Regulation Policies Act of 1978, 45 Federal Register 12,214, 12,216, dated February 25th, 1980.
So, what's that? Order 69. Order 69. Is that in the preamble to the regulations?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you wouldn't know what year that was published either, would you?
February 25th, 1980 was the date associated with that citation.
Okay, would you agree that the power markets in the United States have changed dramatically since 1980?
No doubt.
Okay. And so, for example, we have organized markets now, we have independent system operators, we have
Batteries?
batteries, the EIM, we have all these different things. And so, do you know whether or not in 1980, when that regulation was written, the vast majority of sales and purchases that were being made were between utilities?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. And are you familiar with the prior commission orders on conditions 2 and 3, what you used to call long 1 and long 2?
Generally, yes.
Okay, so do you recall whether in the Gray Cliff hearing, when you proposed to make these adjustments, your proposal initially was to do this proposal where you're not paying anything at either condition 2 or condition 3?
I don't recall. I wasn't with Northwestern during that time.
Fair enough. Do you recall that subsequent to that, the commission said with respect to long 1 that you could pay the variable cost in that, to that QF for that particular hour, as opposed to paying for the market rate?
I don't recall it in that's the result of that order, but that is how the mechanism works in the condition 1, 2, 3 method that's depicted in our graphics.
Okay. So, and in condition 2, Northwestern has repeatedly argued to pay nothing in that particular condition, correct? In prior commission dockets.
Are you talking about long 2, which is
The long
now
2,
unfortunately
condition
called
3.
condition 3?
Right.
Yes, I agree with your statement.
And in fact, didn't at one point the commission tell Northwestern that if you disagree with our decision, go to FERC and get an order that tells us we're wrong?
Yes, and we did exactly that. We're now waiting for FERC to rule on that. So we did exactly what the commission asked us to do.
So if I understand your testimony, FERC has not yet ruled in your favor on that issue.
I believe FERC has not yet ruled on that issue.
Okay.
I think we're all aware of the pace at FERC right now, given the national political environment.
Yes, it is interesting to say the least. All right, I think but let me ask you this question. Regardless of law or policy or anything else, if you are, in fact, marketing QF power into the market and you obtain a positive value, or even aggregate-wise a positive value, your proposal, that money doesn't go back to the QF, right?
So in the hours in which the QF energy does not allow us to avoid any cost to serve load and is then potentially, if possible, sold to the market, that zero value is incorporated into our proposed mechanism for calculating the rate, but that doesn't mean we would pay them zero in that hour. We would pay them the rate, right? So we take into account when establishing the rate the fact that there exists some hours in which QF energy allows us to avoid no cost. But in reality, when those hours occur, we pay them the same rate that we pay them in any other hour because it's part of the calculation. The rate's fixed as PURPA requires, and that's what we pay them for their generation.
But isn't that rate incorporate the idea that in this particular, what we used to call long 2, now condition 3, that's incorporated in that rate that you're talking about because it's reducing the overall avoided cost?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Sorry, it's reducing the overall avoided cost rate.
Fair enough. So the fact is, though, that if you're obtaining revenue from those transactions and you're valuing it at zero and reducing the rate, you are not, in fact, sharing that revenue with the QF. Is that correct?
It's a similar answer to what I just gave. We would, in calculating the appropriate rate, we would not be crediting the QF for its energy whose value is only marketed, not serving load.
I understood your answer, but what I'm asking is there's no way under that particular approach that if you obtain a positive value for those sales made in either long 1 or long 2 to be credited back to the qualifying facility.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Such a mechanism could be developed. It would take a lot of speculation about transmission availability and prices, et cetera.
Well, and I was wondering about that because we were looking at this chart, and I gathered from your testimony, and if I'm wrong about this, have you done any calculation of what the actual cost to market that QF power is?
You mean in terms of our power marketing function?
Right, exactly.
No, I haven't done any calculations, no.
And I think your testimony was that QF projects are often acquired. Do you recall that?
That's my impression, yes.
Okay. Do you know, for example, in Montana, how often the projects have been acquired?
No, I don't know any specifics about
Honestly,
these.
I don't either.
All right. We could talk for a while about it then.
But when that happens, when a qualifying facility obtains a contract and then turns around and attempts to transfer those assets, or the company maybe even, to a third party, do you know what sort of due diligence is done in that situation
By whom?
by the acquiring party?
No.
Okay. Would it be your impression that generally the people who are acquiring these facilities are sophisticated parties?
No.
Okay. So, for example, with respect to subsequent purchasers, your testimony is that these are generally not sophisticated buyers. Is that right?
I don't know the sophistication level of the buyers.
Okay. But if the buyers are relatively sophisticated, what incentive does the initial developer have to come up with a project that really isn't going to be economic long-term? If the idea is simply to transfer these assets to a third party.
if the idea is to transfer the assets to the third party, what incentive do the developers have?
The initial developers
have.
filing in front of the commission to come up with a project that long-term economic won't work out.
Once they have a rate, all they have to figure out is if that cash flow is sufficient to finance the cost of developing the project. So they have every incentive to inflate that rate,
Right, but that's.
regardless of economics.
But that's step one, right? You have to go to market, you have to find somebody who's willing to provide lending, and you have to attract equity investors, those kinds of things. And so that makes sense. They're trying to get as much cash flow as possible, right?
I'm having trouble following your questions, but I don't,
Well, what I'm,
no red flags have gone up.
okay. Let me try it again. Okay, so I understand the point that it may be the case that an overly optimistic QF developer would come before the commission, and what they're interested in is maximizing the cash flow to the project, because that more easily they'll be able to find financing. It'll be more attractive to equity investors. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, my point is, and I think you've testified you don't know, and if your answer to this is I don't know, what would be the incentive for that initial QF developer who's filed an application in front of the commission to come forward with something that they felt another sophisticated buyer would look at it and say, this project is not economic?
So what you're asking me to do is say that I'm willing to bear risk on behalf of my customers because I trust that the third party to whom this current developer might sell a project has sufficient sophistication to ensure that this developer doesn't make mistakes. Is that what I'm understanding you're suggesting?
No, actually, I think you took it a step further than I was taking it. I was just really asking you, from the standpoint of the initial developer, what incentive do they have to come up with a project that ultimately isn't going to work? Because if there's a sophisticated buyer who wants to buy it from them, assuming that's their intention in the first place, is to transfer it to another buyer, what incentive do they have to come up with a number that doesn't work?
So your entire question is premised on the notion of a third-party sophisticated buyer.
Yes.
I struggle with risking our customers' dollars on that assumption.
Okay. Well, but isn't, I hate to quibble with you because I feel like this might be quibbling, but it just seems to me that the risk you're bearing is the risk associated with this commission's order. Any subsequent purchaser isn't taking your risk. Your risk is what's associated with this commission order. Now, if the subsequent buyer does a bad job of due diligence and the project falls apart, you have termination provisions in your contract and liquidated damages provisions and a number of other contractual provisions. Wouldn't you agree with me?
I agree that those provisions are in the contracts.
Okay. I think I promise I'm almost to the end. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, I forgot. I wanted to ask the commission to take administrative notice of the EIA document I circulated earlier yesterday.
Okay, let's make sure what we're talking about here.
I wasn't making it an exhibit. I was just asking the commission to take administrative notice of it.
Yeah, okay.
And
Any objection at all to administrative notice? I'm
may I
trying to
just
find-
clarify, I'm assuming this is available on the website of the EIA?
Yeah, that's where we got it.
If it's publicly available, I don't have a problem with that.
Just the thing that he's talking about. I know what it is, yeah. Yeah, that's fine, then we will. We'll
Thank you,
take
Mr.
administrative. And do you want to describe that again for the?
It is the most recent annual energy outlook from the Energy Information Administration, which is a federal agency in Washington, D.C.
Okay, and we will take administrative notice of that. Mr. Brown, any appropriate questions from you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few. I wanted to follow up on these issues related to the capacity contribution and capacity payments. Mr. Rogala had asked you about the mechanics of that, and I was curious whether under your proposal, you will update I believe you said you would use the SPP method to prospectively update the capacity contribution of the project using the rolling 3 years of information. Do you recall that?
I recall my explanation, yeah.
And when I was discussing this with Mr. Grant, he said that in addition to the capacity contribution, that the SPP method his SPP method in that case, would also be used to update the rate itself. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that he said that, but I don't agree with that.
So just to clarify that under your proposal, the rate itself, which is measured, my understanding is measured in kilowatt months, is that correct?
Yes, it could be kilowatt years, megawatt month, megawatt year, but right, that's the notion.
Is it true that the kilowatt month rate that Northwestern's proposing would remain fixed over the life of the contract?
Yes.
So to the extent Caithness is proposing to update the rate or true up the rate, however you want to say it, that would be another difference between your proposal and theirs?
Yes, my proposal includes no changes to the rates.
Mr. Chairman, I think my esteemed colleague here is misstating Mr. Grant's testimony. I think he said that they agreed with Northwestern that it would be calculated on a kilowatt month basis. I think what he's talking about is the measurement itself, how many hours contribute to that.
Mr. Chairman, I think the record can speak for itself, rather than Mr. Uda testifying on that. As I recall, Mr. Grant did say that both the rate itself and the capacity contribution would change based on the application of the SPP method. So if I'm mistaken, that will be reflected. And I'm just asking him to assume that that's the case, that is their proposal, and that would be a difference between the two proposals.
Mr. Chairman, the witness has already said he didn't understand Mr. Grant to say that. Now he's asking him to say, well, assuming Mr. Grant said that, I think Mr. Brown is right. I think the record will reflect what he actually said. But to ask this witness to speculate about something he doesn't believe Mr. Grant said, I think would be going too far down that path.
And Mr. Chairman, when Mr. Grant is recalled later today, I will ask him to clarify this so that the record is clear, which is my goal right now, to clarify the record.
That's fair. I withdraw my objection.
Okay, so at this point, it could be seen as a hypothetical question on recross.
The question about the difference isn't really that important. I guess the question that matters is that Northwestern's proposal is to fix the rate. So, and I think
I'm fine with going ahead.
Confirmed.
Thank you. I want to revisit the rolling the die analogy briefly. Applying that analogy that there's sort of these equal odds to just a traditional wind project. In your view, does the battery change that analogy or act as sort of a weighted die, increasing the likelihood of rolling a 3 in a given hour if the 3 is the goal? For better or worse?
There's always a limit to every good analogy. The 3 is not the goal. The goal the die is a random variable, just like Caithness capacity, and the goal is to estimate it accurately what the result's going to be. And so here's how the battery could fit into the analogy. You're going to roll the die and get a number, and then you're going to flip a coin. If the coin's heads, you're going to add 1 to the die number.
You're adding coins to our die analogy, which is further than I was going to take.
I'm just trying to simplify things.
I won't weigh in on the success of your effort to simplify. But just let's say that the rolling of the die represents the randomness of the wind, just the wind, and that like rolling a die, you don't know exactly how much wind is going to show up every time in a given hour. So does the battery complicate that analogy in the sense that it's not totally random and that there is control over how much capacity shows up?
Yes, it complicates the analogy. The way in which I would try to improve without complexifying the analogy is that the battery is going to be a small adjustment on the result of the die. And it won't be random. The wind is much more random than the operation of the battery. But the net effect of the battery on the die roll is going to be on the margin.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. I remember you characterizing it that way. And, you know, exploring, I said for better or worse, because we've talked a bit about how good the SPP metric is. And I'll call it a metric because would you agree it's a tool we're using to measure something, right?
Yeah, it's an estimator.
Okay. Yesterday, you had suggested an investigatory docket, a different type of process. Was this sort of the issue you were talking about?
Yes.
For that docket? Okay. So you would agree then that there are different metrics one could use to attempt to measure capacity contributions?
Yes.
In your opinion, how well does the SPP metric measure dispatchability?
So it was not designed to measure dispatchable resources. Whether it does accurately measure a dispatchable resource, I haven't. That's in the realm of speculation where I'm a little bit uncomfortable. But for benchmark, I will say that I think that the metric used by the California ISO is that for a 4-hour battery, these are 2-hour batteries, but for a 4-hour battery, they get 50%. And so our estimate here is pretty, if you correct for the fact that it's a 2-hour rather than 4-hour battery, it's in that neighborhood. But I'd recommend asking Dr. Doris about this.
And do you know whether dispatchability is something this commission can consider when setting avoided cost rates for QFs? Or should consider?
I think PURPA says that dispatchability should be considered, but I'm not certain.
And then you had said that the value of a battery is sub-hourly. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you speaking about batteries generically in the abstract?
Yes.
As opposed to this particular project and the value that we are trying to measure when we're setting avoided cost rates?
Right. If Northwestern had access to a standalone battery that wasn't constrained or limited by the fact that it could only charge from the wind, the value that it would provide our system would largely be from its sub-hourly abilities, not its hour-to-hour ability to shift energy.
So in this QF proceeding and for this, under this QF contract, would the capacity payments as proposed by either you or Caithness be correlated in any way to its sub-hourly performance?
No, that is the glaring black hole in this proceeding, is that there has been no sub-hourly analysis provided by Caithness.
And I understand there's this, as you just said, a black hole, but what I'm really focusing on is the actual payment structure to Caithness wouldn't be correlated, in addition to the data and information underlying the rate itself or lack thereof. Once you have that, the actual payment structure in terms of capacity payments would not be correlated to sub-hourly performance in any way, right?
Correct. The sub-hourly performance would affect how ancillary services are charged or credited.
Okay. And sort of sticking with that topic of capacity payments, you had discussed with Commissioner Chairman Koopman about how the commission has previously carved up capacity payments over megawatt hours. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had said that there's already an incentive here to, under the SPP method, to shift to peak. Is that right?
Yeah, to shift from light load to heavy load.
And under that method, the incentive is to shift from light load to the top 3% of hours in the peak load month over a few years?
So there's a couple layered incentives. The difference between the light load and heavy load price incentivizes the shifting of energy from light to heavy loads in any time that you have that threshold to cross.
Can I stop you there? How do you define light and heavy loads in what you're talking about there?
Heavy loads are the hours ending 7 through 2300 Pacific prevailing time, Monday through Saturday, excluding NERC's defined holidays. And light load hours are all other hours.
So that's a different definition for on-peak, a very different definition from the sound of it. We're talking 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Friday,
Monday through Saturday.
Monday through Saturday. A lot more hours, right, in that definition of peak than the SPP definition of peak.
Correct. So there are three definitions that here we're working with. We have the light load, heavy load distinction. And then we have the SPP's identification of peak load hours, which is top 3% of peak load month by year. And then we have a definition that the commission has used historically of on-peak hours for making those capacity payments. And that definition is the heavy load hours that occur during our winter and summer months, which are December, January, February, and July, August.
Okay. Clear as mud, right?
You're welcome.
But it was your position, your position is that the carving up those capacity payments over megawatt hours is not, I guess I want to follow up. I mean, do you have concerns about doing that? If that,
Yeah, it's not without concern that I make that proposal. And so here's what concerns me is that we have the issue, the choice that would be influenced by this is when to make when Caithness would choose to have downtime at their turbines to make repairs. And with a wind-only facility where the capacity payment is made in on-peak hours, that creates an incentive not to do your repairs during our winter and summer months. And by removing that incentive, we would be eliminating the incentive for Caithness to, say, do repairs in March instead of February. However, there's a greater chance that our peak load months through the SPP tool are going to be in February than in March. And so through the use of that SPP tool, we recover some of that incentive.
so if the commission were to rely on both the SPP tool and the peak months,
The measure and pay for peak months, yeah.
you'd be comfortable with that?
Yeah, and I understand exactly. I think I understand exactly what you're getting at, and I agree. It's a bit of a muting of that incentive, and in my perspective, it's the trade-off. The benefit from that is the administrative burden that it relieves on administering these contracts.
Well, what I'm getting at is I've heard you say that you're comfortable with the SPP metric as the best approximation we have right now, given that we haven't gone through a whole proceeding and come up with a better metric. And it is, of course, focused on the very peakiest hours, if you will, of the year, right?
Correct.
So what I'm wondering is whether these other definitions of peak you're as comfortable with, and particularly not even so much the peak months of the year, but the 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday, would that create, appropriate incentives to time shift?
Approximately.
Okay, all right. I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Pinocchi's question about serving Washington's demand for renewable power. If Northwestern were to acquire more wind power or renewable power than it needed to serve its Montana loads in Montana, whether QF or not, in order to sell that to Washington, and then let's say prices dropped or their need or their demand for it dropped for some reason, who would bear the risk, that market risk of that happening?
Our customers.
And who bears that risk for unregulated wind farms like the Glacier or Rimrock wind farms in Montana?
The owners of those facilities.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And Ms. Hill, redirect from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fitch-Fleischman, let's clear up a little bit about the hourly versus monthly model. If the QF generator were to generate power when the prices are the highest, would the hourly model would that hourly avoided cost be greater than with the monthly model?
Yes.
So the hourly model doesn't necessarily lower the avoided cost as compared to the monthly model.
Correct. The hourly model more accurately captures the avoided cost. It's market conditions that are lowering avoided costs, not the modeling choice. And it's the coarseness of the monthly model that's missing the current changing dynamics of the markets.
So the hourly model would benefit a QF that delivers energy when the prices are higher. Do I get that right?
Absolutely.
Mr. Uda asked you if you had done a calculation of the cost to Northwestern to market QF power. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
Is that entire concept of marketing QF power consistent with the definition of avoided cost?
Do you mean is the concept of marketing power something that should be incorporated into an avoided cost calculation? I
So
don't
my
follow the question.
understanding, I have a literal understanding of avoided cost is the incremental cost to serve load. So where does the utility play in the market or come into play?
Right. Marketing costs are not about, to the extent you're selling power that you don't need to serve load, those are not relevant to an avoided cost to serve load.
Could you turn to the response to CBC 74?
I'm there.
Do you recall Mr. Uda asking you some questions about this? I think he was saying that we did not provide what was asked.
I recall that.
Could you read the response to CBC 74 into the record?
The response to parts A through E reads, objection, the data request is overly burdensome and out of proportion to the value or importance of the information. The request asks for new detailed documentation that does not currently exist. In addition, Caithness has access to the information through other means. Ascend provided Caithness with detailed verbal explanations in person in February of 2019.
So is this response referring to when Caithness spent a lot of time at Ascend to understand the model?
Yes.
And does Ascend have publicly available information for Caithness?
Yes, there's a considerable amount of documentation on the model available on Ascend's website.
And one last question. Commissioner Pinocci asked you about the last Caithness case and this Caithness case, and I think the impression was something about meeting in the middle. Is avoided cost a negotiated rate?
No, avoided cost is dictated by PURPA, and PURPA requires that our customers are held indifferent or held harmless. So if you bring a QF resource onto the system, it cannot increase the costs to our customers. So we estimate accurately the cost to serve our load that it would allow us to avoid, and any increase above that in the guise of negotiations would be in violation of PURPA because that would be raising costs above those that would leave our customers indifferent.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Mr. Chairman, could I do just one follow-up question to clarify an answer the witness just gave?
I think that would be fine. Go ahead.
Thank you for your indulgence, Dr. Fitch-Fleischman. Do you know whether or not in the PURPA regulations there appears a provision that allows for a qualifying facility and a utility to negotiate a rate, any rate?
I believe I believe that PURPA allows negotiation, but it couldn't be any rate. It couldn't be above the utility's avoided cost.
Okay, but are you familiar with that regulation?
In a general sense, I'm not a lawyer.
All right, so you haven't actually read that regulation?
I have read it. It's been a while.
Okay, but you can't recall sitting here today what it says?
No.
Okay, that's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
At this point, Dr. Fitz-Fleischman, there we go. There ought to be a law against names like that, you know?
I agree.
No, you don't even want to joke about that. Somebody will write a bill. You are temporarily excused.
Thank you.
And Ms. Hill, I think we do have time for another witness before lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One second. Northwestern calls Dr. Gary Doris, and we need to set up an easel real quick, but it shouldn't take but 2 seconds. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Uter was unusually short.
Looks like
I always try to be efficient.
looks like the Northwestern staff doesn't have a lot of mechanical reasoning ability here. That's off the record. Well, no, you can keep it on record. Doesn't matter. And Dr. Doris, were you sworn in en masse the other day?
Yes, I was.
Oh, okay, very good.
Chairman, Dr. Doris, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Gary William Doris. My business address is 1877 Broadway Street, Suite 706, Boulder, Colorado.
By whom are you employed?
Ascend Analytics.
And what is your role with Ascend?
I'm the CEO of Ascend Analytics.
And you should have a document before you marked as exhibit number, can you tell me?
It's NWE Exhibit 3.
Could you identify this exhibit?
Yes.
No, I mean, what is it?
Oh. This is my pre-filed intervener testimony on behalf of Northwestern.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No, I do not.
And just to help speed things along at a high level, can you just list off some of the major topics that you discuss in your testimony?
Yes, my testimony addresses the methodology and approach to calculate avoided costs. It addresses the calculation of the energy value and capacity contribution of the CBC wind project, as well as broader market conditions, and also I think addresses some of the comments made about Ascend Analytics by the CBC team.
Mr. Chairman, I move to admit Dr. Dorsey's testimony in as Northwestern Exhibit 3.
Any objection? NWE 3 is admitted into the record.
I tender this witness for cross.
Mr. Uda, cross-examination.
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brown, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Regala of the PSC staff, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Koopman. Welcome, Doctor.
Good morning.
I think I just have two lines of questioning. One deals with PowerSim's ability to model batteries. Would you be the witness to testify to those issues?
I can speak to those issues quite well.
Is it your understanding that PowerSim has the ability to adequately estimate the avoided energy costs and avoided capacity costs of Caithness Beaver Creek's batteries in question for this project?
Absolutely.
And what do you require to adequately measure those resources? value those resources?
In order to value the resources of the project, and we looked at this very carefully and really wanted to come up with a full and appropriate value for the facility. And we spent a fair bit of time with CBC discussing this. It's clear that the asset has a combination of wind and storage, and the storage asset is principally to address the variability of the wind asset. In this case, oh, there they are. For CBC's project, wind has regulation of 12 megawatts of regulation of wind. It has 21 megawatts of flexible regulation required, or flexible capacity. Call that flex ramp.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Flex ramp of 21 megawatts. Total is 33 megawatts. Between the reg and the flexi ramp. Okay? 3.6 megawatts for a buffer, just like your cell phone. They don't get below 10%. That's what they've given. So 3.6 megawatt. This is the buffer. That's 36.6 megawatts. 40 megawatt battery leaves roughly 3.5 megawatts for the battery to do. Something else. This is a 2-hour battery. So roughly we have 1.7 megawatts if this is a 4-hour system, which is normative to contribute towards capacity. Something shifting between hours. Okay, so that'd be the under a 4-hour condition capacity available. In valuing this project, we've looked at the capacity contribution. And we gave a lot more credit than is deserved, honestly. There are a couple reasons why. First, the data that was provided by CBC at the time had no adjustments to our knowledge for temperature. So when it's coldest, there wasn't any degradation there. And that was it. Furthermore, when we've looked at this, we're circumspect about some of the temperature data. I can go into that in just a minute. But clearly temperature has a relationship to wind production. That's been shown in Grant's testimony. If you read his rebuttal, page 3, talks about this. He talked about it yesterday. When it gets below 5 degrees Fahrenheit, we start seeing degradation of capacity. They have to curtail the wind facility. If the temperature isn't appropriately accounted for, that's going to overstate the value, not only for capacity, but also for energy. So I've run PowerSim, and I've tried to account for the capacity and energy value of this hybrid project. And I've run this based on data that CBC provided. It didn't have adjustments from what we were working with to temperature data. And that's problematic because I've overstated the value of energy and overvalued the capacity. And the ratepayers would in turn then end up paying for that higher capacity and energy values attributed to the project incorrectly. It's normative, if I look across the country, to value batteries as 4-hour systems.
Mr. Chairman, this is supposed to be a question and answer format. It's not supposed to be, question peroration. And I do appreciate Dr. Doris's explanation, but I was wondering whether or not Mr. Regala could conduct cross-examination and pose questions to the witness.
And you're at the same time concerned about the length of the and the breadth of the answer?
Much of the testimony in this proceeding is already in the record or will be moved into the record. And my only point is, I know we want to give witnesses latitude here, but Mr. Regala asked a question about, did you value the battery? And now we're going into an explanation of 4-hour batteries nationally. And so it just seems to me like this is beyond the scope of the question. I don't have any problem with exploring this witness's testimony. I have a problem with any witness, no matter who it is, ask a question and then give a speech. That's my problem.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond?
Surely.
As you know, Northwestern has had some opinions about staff cross-examination, and this is exactly the point, is that staff ask clarifying questions as the experts to help the commission understand. And that's exactly what Mr. Regala is doing. He's asking clarifying questions and allowing the witness to clarify a very technical project. And that's why you have your expert staff. And it's our position that you allow us to explain a technical project.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any problem with him explaining the technical aspects of what he's done. I have a problem with asking one question and explaining everything he wants to say in one answer. It seems to me it's incumbent upon the staff to pose the question and have the witness answer it, not to do it this way, because honestly, if this is going to be the rule, I mean, I know Mr. Grant takes advantage of it, and I know you admonished him for it. He was just talking about sometimes, whatever occurred to him. And so my point is that I would like this to be a sort of an orderly question and answer session, because if we don't do it that way, it makes it really difficult for me to say, well, Mr. Regala asked you a question about, and then the witness may not even remember that question being posed because the witness wasn't talking necessarily about that specific question. And I don't have any problem with every single thing that Dr. Doris wants to say here today coming into the record. I think that it should. But I think that Mr. Regala has to ask him questions to lead him to say those things.
Ms. Hill, anything else you'd like to add?
I won't delay any further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yeah, and for the record, I wasn't admonishing Mr. Grant. I was just appealing to his good nature.
I understand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mischaracterize the chair's good-natured intentions.
There we go. I do think Mr. Uda makes a valid point here, to a point. So I would ask Mr. Regala to try to maybe even at times interrupt the witness to get a question in there to where it's clear what he's responding to, and I would ask the witness to maybe not go on quite so in such a broad way, but allow for questions to prompt your answers.
Thank you, Chairman Koopman. Doctor, would you like to continue? all facetiousness aside, let me
listen, there are a few key points, and we're all trying to uncover what's going on here and create understanding. And it's honestly probably a little quicker if I just go and get it done with than this back and forth.
And I appreciate that, but I'd like to give credence to the chairman's ruling. And so I'll try to work through this, understanding that my knowledge is not as robust as it should be on this issue. So one clarifying question before we move to the next diagram. On the previous diagram, your reserves for capacity, those were based on the commission's last order in Grizzly Wind and Black Bear Wind, correct?
So the question is, did I use Grizzly and Black Bear's ruling on capacity?
Correct.
I don't recall exactly what that ruling is. I know exactly what we did here for capacity in the calculation.
Was that so it wasn't based on the grizzly black bear wind. It was based on a different commission order, such as the Caithness 1.0, or
I can tell you what we've done for the calculations here, and you can line it up with the proceedings.
subject to narrative testimony. Can you please explain where these reserve capacity values were derived from?
Yes, these are in Joe Steinmetz's testimony in terms of the ancillary requirements for reg and flexible ramp requirements. And I'm just pointing out, buttressing what Dr. Fleischman was making in terms of a point, that sub-hourly is key. And once you take out the sub-hourly component, there's hardly anything left. The purpose of this battery is to firm the wind. Once we firm the wind, we have no capacity left to serve the system. You can't have a battery do multiple functions. You either pick a function and ascribe it to that function. There's no point in paying the battery for something that it can't furnish. And I'm pointing out that it can't really furnish any capacity. Nonetheless, we developed a capacity value using the SPP method. And what we did is this. We looked at, as Dr. Fleischman says, the top 66 hours of load over a 3-year period. And every time there was a peak load incident, we took the battery to be 50% charged 4 hours in advance. 4 hours in advance, we then let the wind charge the battery entirely. There were no ancillary services furnished during this period, and it was perfect foresight. They knew exactly when the peak load was to occur and how to manage this battery with every electron going right into the battery. Not very realistic, very generous. And then we took the amount of energy that was in the battery and said, this is how much is available to serve load during these hours at the 50th percentile of exceedances, not the 60th. If I had used the SPP criteria, the 60th, instead of getting 17.1 megawatts, I would have gotten 0. So it was overly generous. Using their criteria, I would have ended up with 0. Using something rational and simple, I would have ended up with something about 1.7 megawatts. Extremely generous in how we attributed the value to capacity for this resource. But
Stop you right there.
Okay.
I'll try and ask another question. Do you think it is methodologically sound to derive the capacity value for Caithness based on 3 years that are not concurrent?
We're trying to do the best we can with the limited data we have. It is odd that 2 of the 3 years are summer peaking years, and that occurs roughly 30% of the time that we have a summer peak. So it's definitely an overemphasis in summer peaking. Moreover, I'm concerned about what the wind facility could have done because there doesn't appear to be temperature adjustment data in what we've used in our analysis. And I think that's pretty clear if you look at our response to PSC 26.
Well, then I want to switch from the reserve requirements with council's. I'd like to switch to your next diagram. Were you attempting to describe the relationship between the battery dispatchability and the wind generation with this diagram?
It's a good question. I used to teach, and they do the reviews at the end of the semester, and I'd get pretty good marks for teaching, but really bad on the penmanship. So excuse this. What I'm trying to show here is this is a closed system. Okay, so the battery receives all its energy from the wind farm. None of the energy can come from the grid to charge the battery. It's a closed system. That means the assumptions I made about 4 hours before, perfect foresight, each electron in, and there's no temperature degradation on a cold day, that battery is far less likely to produce what we've created a value for at 17.1 than in reality. And it's a real concern of mine.
So with your generous capacity valuation, would it be fair to characterize that as, the best that the battery could have delivered in those, based on those weather events and Northwestern's historical load?
I'd say no, it's not the best.
Not the best.
It's beyond what is physically achievable in any form, for multiple reasons. One is the ancillary requirements are really going to consume this battery. There's very little left over. The most I think you could realize is about 20 megawatts from a 4-hour grid-connected battery. But this isn't a grid-connected battery. This is a closed system, only charged by the wind facility. Furthermore, when I look at their data, I'm really concerned. I see temperature data under PSC 26 for CBC, and I've looked at this. Let me just show it up here, write it up if I could. These numbers are really important to understand. And I think everybody wants to understand the weather and how this drives power. I'm going to look at the temperatures at CBC, Big Timbers, and Columbus. And I think Columbus is to the east, Big Timbers is to the west of the CBC facility. We're going to look at the daily min and max temperatures and see some.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification, is this already in the record, or is this new information that's being introduced through this witness's testimony?
I believe Dr. Doris is citing to one of the data requests, but I don't know if this is one of the objected to ones from Northwestern.
No, what I'm asking is that I recall, and my recollection is admittedly imperfect, is that the data we were talking about, for example, yesterday had to do with Billings and Bozeman, and Big Timber is neither location. So my question is this new data that's that was not produced, put in the record at any time prior to this witness's testimony?
And that's a question I don't know the answer to. Dr. Doris?
I didn't have temperature data for Billings, for Big Timbers in Columbus at the time. So we did use Billings and Bozeman, which again sandwich with Billings to the east, Bozeman to the west. Same thing. I just thought instead of being 50, 60 miles apart, I thought we'd get within 30.
Mr. Chairman, again, this is an iterative process. We start off with, direct testimony, discovery, responsive testimony, rebuttal testimony. Unfortunately, in this case, no discovery, but this is new information. Nobody's had a chance to vet, and I would object to this demonstrative exhibit using this new data.
It's all right. I'm going to switch to Billings and Bozeman as you prefer.
Ms. Hill, did you have anything you
No,
wanted to
I think he's
advise?
right. I think this is new data.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Thank you, Dr. Doris.
So, Dr. Doris, the other data is not in the record, so you won't be able to use that.
It's not a problem.
Mr. Regala, are you getting your question answered?
Well, where we are now is the question was, I'm just restating this for everyone's benefit. I had asked Dr. Doris whether whether the capacity value run for Northwestern would represent a high water mark for a capacity proxy value, and Dr. Doris had said it was well beyond a high water mark based on two discrete factors, and I think this was the first factor, which had to deal with variability in temperature between the sites.
Right. And I think Dr. Fitzfleischman was wondering if this was more than just a wind plus storage and included some geothermal, because we do see temperatures at the site that are unusually warm relative to neighboring METARs. Those METARs, which measure temperature, are in Bozeman and Billings sandwiching this project, and I can get closer, and you see the exact same pattern. And yet the wind facility is at 120 megawatts, and we know it starts getting degraded at 5 degrees Fahrenheit, well below 5 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's no degradation in the numbers that we were provided by CBC and used to calculate the energy and capacity values. I've overstated these values, and this is problematic.
But, Dr. Doris, I'm with you in theory, but I don't see any conflicting weather data from that site. We're just line of sighting Billings and Bozeman and saying, how can Caithness Beaver Creek be different, correct?
That is correct, but not correct in one dimension. Again, when we're at 5 degrees, anything below that, we have degradation. This is 120 megawatts we're producing. It's below 5 degrees, even at CBC. That's the problem. And therein, I have an overstatement of my capacity and energy values for this facility, because when the load is highest, the prices are highest, and that overstates the energy value as well as the capacity value.
Let me just restate, because I think I get it now. There's two problems there. One is the negative 1.12 Fahrenheit temperature at CBC, you have concerns with because of the extreme difference between Billings and Bozeman, but we don't have record evidence to confirm or deny that.
No, we don't. So I try to narrow it in. I know I can't submit as part of the record, but if I look at the minimum temperatures, the deltas are like minus 20 degrees, but at the maximum temperatures, the deltas are only 5 degrees.
Okay, and so then, but the second issue is the important one, is that even at the negative 1.12, there should be degradation, and you did not find that in Caithness's information provided to Northwestern.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's shown in PSC Exhibit 26.
Okay, that's helpful. I don't think I have any more questions on battery modeling, but I would like to turn to a brief discussion about hourly versus monthly modeling information.
Okay.
And this is going to be a bit of a question and answer to help develop the commission's understanding on hourly modeling. And so I think we can rely on the exhibit that Northwestern passed out earlier. This is the 3 hourly data sets provided in response to your data request. I think this is exhibit GWD 3A, and it's up on the screen currently. Would you confirm that the 3 excerpts That's great. And we will, are you on page, the January 20th, 2021 profile?
Right.
Okay. Dr. Fitzfleischman provided some general overview when we were discussing a curtailment stack, and provided a general discussion of what the bars represented on this January 20th, 2021 model. is it correct that in your Power Sim run, there are also 99 additional January 20th, 2021 Monte Carlo simulations when running 1 hourly simulation?
That is correct. And we did make them available online
And
through our portal, but anybody could have accessed them. And it's a pretty good clicker, just like this one.
okay. And with those 100 models, how are they then aggregated to develop a avoided cost estimate?
Okay, that's a good question. For each hour, we look at the avoided cost, and we take a weighted average for each hour based on production over the entire year and really over 20 years. And we take NPV and take a levelized costs. So the advantage of this is we're going into the hourly data, and if the wind facility were to produce, or the hybrid project were to produce when the market price was high and is the most value, it would receive more value than the monthly. No question about it. If it produces when it's less valuable, it gets less value. If it produces energy when Northwestern doesn't need it, its value to serving load is zero, because we're looking at avoided costs with respect to serving load. I'd also like to note that if you look at this chart, it's kind of there's a red line, that's load. The colors of the columns, that's the gen. And all that data behind it, if when we're so inclined, is the next tab over for the data. I've presented this data to previous QF developers like Black Bear and Grizzly, and they went into it in detail, and they understood it well. In the case of CBC, we presented this data, and they show no interest in going over it.
And so just to be clear, your testimony is that this first Excel sheet is just a graphic representation of the raw data, which is actually contained in additional Excel sheets that have the disaggregated information that would be able to show market price.
We showed the marginal cost by hour and production by hour, and it's in a separate spreadsheet for all 100 sim reps, and you can follow through that as well.
Yep.
And that's available.
And how does that disaggregated information differ in any respects to the unaveraged monthly Power Sim runs? So my question is it the exact same information that is utilized to develop the monthly avoided cost estimates, or is it different in any respect?
So how is the monthly model different than the hourly model in terms of calculating values? Because we all know that we run the hourly Power Sim to get the monthlies. So we go through the exact same steps. Actually, we go through a couple extra steps to get the monthly model. We've done, and I think there's been a lot of confusion between simplicity and transparency. The monthly model is actually just a modicum more complex because we have an extra step involved where I have to take all the weighted averages and then apply it for purchases and sales and apply them to the monthly price versus just simply aggregating up the hourly prices of marginal cost times production. So there's one small extra step there. So the monthly model involves all the hourly and is certainly equal, if not slightly greater in complexity. But the big difference is this, and I think we can all understand this at a high level. If we're looking at hotel rooms in Big Sky, if we were to set one rate for the entire year, that would be the monthly model. And during the winter season, you'd be stuck at that rate, call it $150 a megawatt hour during peak seasons, the holidays. And during the spring, when you have surplus hotel rooms, you'd be stuck at that same high rate, and you wouldn't be able to perhaps rent them. People go elsewhere. With the hourly model, as with hotel rates in Big Sky, they adjust to the seasons, and we adjust to our costs to time and the value of energy at that point in time. And I think it's much more fair to use the hourly model for both developers and the ratepayer. You wouldn't tell a hotel to run flat rate across the year, and nor should we be doing this effectively for renewable facilities like Caithness.
And so, to be clear, the same raw inputted information, or the inputs to the hourly and the monthly model are substantially similar, except for the monthly model would have the additional step, which would create a weighted average of the each day to aggregate into a month, or on each hour.
We end up with going through and just looking at market purchases and sales, and effectively we are just proportioning between the monthly block of on-peak and off-peak energy, and that's all we're doing in the monthly model. There's no hourly dimensions that show up in price. They only show up in determining how much we're going to put in the market purchases and sales columns, which is basically the weighting between on-peak and off-peak.
So outside of that additional calculation, the raw inputs are the same.
That's correct.
Then follow-up question, why did we begin with a monthly model in the first place if we had the hourly information to begin with? I don't understand that history.
Well, that's a good question. Maybe it was partly on our end that we were unable to take advantage of technology adequately to make this data available. Our computers, which run for customers throughout the country, are actually based in Billings, Montana. And we did find a software package that, through Microsoft, that enabled us to display the same thing as this slider graph here. And I think that's helped a lot in creating understanding and transparency. And without transparency, I can understand some reticence to adopt this framework. But I think we've worked hard to address that here.
That's helpful. I don't have a very good understanding of PowerSim and the differences between the two, so that's been instructive. Let me just run through outline real quick. I forgot to ask this question regarding modeling of batteries. Did Northwestern not ask you to model batteries?
I don't believe they explicitly asked us. We reviewed the requirements fundamentally of the project, and just as I showed, the battery is actually still inadequate to meet its needs. As Dr. Fleischman mentioned, that he's looked at wind facilities that they have under their control and looked sub-hourly. And he said every other day there are drops basically from max to min that happen intra-hour. And the battery is only 20 megawatts in capacity in terms of max output, and the wind facility is 60. It's going to have enough of a burden managing that at its current size. Its inverters are effectively undersized given the size of the wind facility if we're trying to do complete hourly smoothing and avoid any ancillary contributions.
And Dr. Fitch-Fleischman's testimony was that if you were, in fact, to model the avoided energy costs with battery, that the results would have been trivial. Would you agree with that assessment?
I would agree with that assessment. The energy shifting capabilities of this battery, 1.7 megawatts, well, that's trivial. And you also recognize now that we know that we didn't account for degradation, we've really overstated the value.
And I didn't even think about this question with Dr. Fitch-Fleischman, but even though both you and he believe it's trivial, it was not run. So we just can't confirm or deny that. That's just based on your judgment and presumably his judgment.
No, you have the entire, there's only, less than a handful of megawatts available. And that less than a handful of megawatts, don't forget, is offset by the fact that the battery is undersized and doesn't really address the smoothing. So if the battery were appropriately, had larger inverters and were able to address the fluctuations, then simply stated, the battery would be absorbing fully those fluctuations. But it puts a burden on Northwestern's system to address the gap between the battery and the wind. And that actually would probably go the other way, and there'd be more costs, not less.
So you're comfortable reaching the conclusion that because there's only 1.7 megawatts of battery functionality available for avoided energy costs, that would, you feel comfortable assuming that wouldn't have a material impact on the avoided energy calculation?
I'm comfortable saying that as well as, and don't forget, it's charged by the wind facility and as well, so we can't just time it perfectly to the market. But what I'm really trying to get at is, if the wind facility is at 60 megawatts and falls to 0, and these falls happen all the time, the battery can't cover those. So its firming capabilities are undersized relative to the need. And there shouldn't be anything left over if this is done right and they size the inverters properly.
That's helpful. Just one last question. This deals with the SPP methodology utilized by Northwestern, provided to you. And I apologize, I don't have this in front of me. Can we get PSC, this will be a short line of questions, PSC 25?
No rush. We're fine. We started a little later this time, so if we go to quarter after, it's fine.
And Dr. Doris, my first question is a general one. Would you agree that Northwestern is proposing to evaluate capacity contribution using the SPP method?
Yes.
And would you agree that the SPP method was not designed to evaluate the capacity contribution of batteries?
Yes. And we're just using this for the battery, and we're using it not to the letter again, because SPP method would be 60% exceedance, at which point the contribution towards capacity value would be 0. So we adjusted it at 50%, and that's how we got the 17.1. And again, there were a lot of generous assumptions going in, and including, again, the inability to account for temperature degradation.
And would those be the only other significant adjustments from the Commission's previously approved SPP 63 exceedance methodology?
Those being, yes, I suppose so. But just to restate, I had 50% of the battery going in 4 hours in advance. I had 4 hours before an event occurred with perfect foresight, no ancillaries being furnished by the battery. Those are, and no degradation.
Okay.
So we've overstated this, and I'm concerned about that.
Okay, and that's helpful. And one final question. Since the SPP method was not designed to evaluate capacity contribution of batteries, is it inconsistent or incongruous to you that there's a first-year contribution of 70.06 megawatts for both batteries, which is derived through calculating the mean availability of the batteries rather than the 60% exceedance value, when Northwestern is not proposing to use this method to evaluate capacity in the future?
I'm not sure I'm able to follow your question. If you could help me out, break it down. Or if it's here in the PSC 25, let me know.
It's a follow-up from PSC 25, and the question is, SPP we're all in uncharted territory here, but the SPP method is not tailored to measure battery capacity. But your first year contribution of 17.06 from both batteries was derived through the mean availability of the batteries, that 50% exceedant, as opposed to the 60%.
That's correct.
When Northwestern is not proposing to use this method, actually, I think sorry, this was a question provided to me by regulatory, and I think I now get that. I think you answered it earlier, and I'm just now coming to that conclusion. Okay. Thank you for your questions. Chairman Koopman, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergala. And we are currently at 12:08. Now, we started at 10:45, so we haven't gone an hour and a half yet. We could have commission questions now, or if people would prefer to leave now and come back in an hour and 15, we can do that. What's the general feeling here?
My feeling is I'd like to eat lunch, but
I agree.
Okay, let's do that then by popular demand. We will be we'll be back at let's see, at 12:40, about 20 after 1. We'll be back.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could you possibly give us that additional 12 minutes and round it out to 1:30?
No problem. I have no problem with that if no one else does. Sure. 1:30. And we're off the record. We are back on the record. I hope everybody had a good lunch. And where we left off, we were running Dr. Doris through the gauntlet here. And yes, Ms. Hill.
One housekeeping matter, I just want to say that we appreciate the long lunch. It was helpful. We're going to try to stay on track and stay focused. And just to clarify, Mr. Uda said Mr. Grant needed to go today. Right. So we're going to have Dr. Lahiri after this, Joe Steinmetz, and then we'll defer to Mr. Grant.
Mr. Chairman, subsequent to this, I've discovered Mr. Grant already changed his travel plan, so I don't think he needs to go today.
I am very glad that we had this conversation.
Well, you folks figure it out and just let us know, because we're fine either way. Okay, I think we are at the point now where we are ready for commissioner questions for Dr. Doris. And we will begin with Chairman Johnson. Chairman Brad Johnson, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Doris, welcome back. Always good to see you. Just have a couple of questions that I think, anyway, are going to be pretty simple. First, just kind of in keeping with a trend from yesterday, let's see if we can't compare kumquats and kumquats and look about the 15 and 25-year contracts that were cited by somebody yesterday, where we had a $61 all-in cost for 15 years and a $68 all-in cost for 25 years. Have you all calculated numbers that would be directly comparable to those?
So the question is, did Ascend calculate the numbers of the roughly the $61 and $68? 15?
Right, for all in for a 15 and a 25-year contract. PPA.
Mr. Chairman, may I just clarify? The question was about Ascend, but maybe we need clarification. Was it Ascend for Caithness or Ascend for Northwestern?
Well, I'm not sure where CBC I don't know who calculated the numbers for CBC. What I'm trying to find out is if y'all have a number for a 15-year PPA and an all-in number for a 15-year PPA and a 25-year PPA, just so we can have a direct comparison of the differentials.
Yeah, I understand. I wanted to make sure the witness understood.
So we did work with CBC on developing avoided costs, and PowerSim was applied, subject to assumptions created by CBC and their direction in performing the calculations for energy. We didn't perform calculations around the capacity value, which is about 2/3 of that number, 1/3 of that number, sorry. It's roughly 40 for energy, roughly 20 for the capacity of the $60 you cited. With respect to the calculations of the 40 roughly dollars per megawatt hour levelized, that was under their direction, and it was done obviously quite a bit differently than we would do this for Northwestern.
Okay, but so Northwestern does not have prepared a comparable number for a 15-year PPA and a 25-year PPA. One of the witnesses yesterday suggested maybe I should defer that question to you, but if we don't, that's fine. I would ask you, Dr. Dorst, do you have any thoughts? To me,
So we did a 15-year. We didn't do 25.
okay,
and that's been our.
recall what the 15-year all-in was.
I just have to double check.
I missed that. I apologize.
Since energy is the key piece here, looks like, and this is just really Dr. Fitch-Fleischman summarized this perhaps better than all in his testimonies. I have $20.25 for heavy load and $6.25 for light load.
Okay, but that's still a different structure in the number than that's not a direct comparison. Is that energy and capacity? Because I believe.
No, it's not,
Yeah,
not
so,
inclusive of the
okay,
capacity.
well, we don't-
So I
that's-
defer to Dr. Fitch-Fleischman's testimony.
That's fine.
Sorry.
I'm-
One at a time.
That's fine. We can move on from there. Do you have any thoughts from a professional standpoint, looking at that $61 for 15 years versus $68 for 25 years, as proposed by CBC? It seems to me that they're proposing a pretty big gamble on what the price for that subsequent 10 years of contract that would make up the difference between the 15-year at 61 and then the subsequent 10 years compared to the 25 years at 68. In other words, that last 10 years in a new contract following the 15 years would have to be pretty pricey to make up that $7 difference over the 15-year period. Have you looked at that at all?
Well, in general, what I'd say is the construct used for determining the energy costs and the capacity contributions were quite different than what Northwestern has been using and resulted in higher values. And I would agree that that premium for going from 15 to 25 seems counterintuitive because we're dealing with technology effectively that's evolving very rapidly and coming down in costs, and we've seen that. And that's exhibited in my testimony, where we look at avoided cost contracts, and Avista did a great job of citing them through time. We keep having them get lower and lower and lower as we realize through time that technology is advancing. And now we're looking at cost of renewables coming in and contracts. And I do a lot of work for other utilities in the WEC and elsewhere in the country. It's in the WEC, it's pretty common to see sub 20 for wind and 22 or less for solar. And then add in storage, it might be $5 to $7 a megawatt hour on top of that.
All right, well, that is helpful. Thank you. Now, moving just real quickly to temperature-related degradation. You were speaking to that.
Yeah.
We had testimony yesterday that with the cold weather package attached to these turbines, that they continued to generate electricity at within reason, kind of the same rate, or the suggestion was there was at least minimal degradation as a result of the lower temperatures. I asked the question about a correlation. If anecdotally here, you could ask almost any Montanan, what happens to the wind when it gets really cold? And they say, well, it doesn't blow as much. But that's strictly anecdotal. Have you all looked at any kind of correlation between that declining temperature and the wind? Because to me, we're talking about two different aspects here. If it's simply the mechanics that we're keeping warm with a heater or something, I can understand how when it gets colder, you can keep that stuff warm and that continues to spin. Clearly, if it gets so cold that the wind isn't blowing, then we still potentially have that degradation problem. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is there an identified correlation between less wind and colder temperatures?
I haven't looked at this specifically, but it's, as you noted, there's a lot of degradation or curtailment of the wind facility as the temperature gets below 5 degrees. And when it gets to obviously minus 40, it stops altogether. But there's a continuous linear erosion of roughly each 5 degrees, 10% degradation in output. And that would suggest when it's cold, like when we were here last February, and you're at minus 15 degrees, you've lost a lot of power output from the wind facility, and the batteries, probably been pretty drained at that point, and there's no source to charge the battery. So it makes it of limited use as a hybrid resource during peak load conditions.
What I'm trying to get a handle on is looking at that degradation at 15 or 20 below, how much of that would we assume is coming from reduced wind resource, and how much of that is a result of simply loss of mechanical efficiency and the ability of those turbines to actually function as they were designed?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that specifically.
All right. That's all I had. Thank you, Dr. Doris, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Vice Chairman Lake, questions from you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Dr. Doris, good afternoon. At that last conversation that you had with the chairman, on comparing the two runs that you made, and I'm not asking you to divulge something that shouldn't be, but there seemed to be a fairly large spread. And is it result of different assumptions, or is it a result of taking some of the calculations and not factoring them?
It's a result of different assumptions and the use for CBC of the monthly model as well. So with respect to their assumptions, they're different. And I can go through them real quickly if you want.
Nope, that's fine. And because that's all I was looking for. As long as the data going in and there's no restrictions put on the machine, you should get the same answer on the data coming out.
Yeah, the model is very consistent, and despite the misperception here, it doesn't have failures. It's used pretty ubiquitously throughout the country on a production basis.
Okay. And those assumptions, would they include the output of the turbines with the weather factor?
Good question. The data that was given to us, there's two forms. So we ran with different data for CBC versus Northwestern. For CBC, we were using all-in storage and wind with TMY data for this combined. And so there was no weather load, wind production price relationship preserved. For Northwestern, we used the hourly chronological, hewing to our standard practice as done in the resource plan and following the hourly model inputs where we were going to preserve these relationships between weather and load and wind production and market prices.
And I thank you for that. Given the cutting edge proposal that CBC is bringing to us, is there any other company such as yours that does the modeling that is in operation that you can refer to their strategies and structure of analyzing it that will help you? Is there anything else out there that you can draw on your cohorts within the industry?
Well, we have been evaluating wind plus storage and evaluating. We have an operating software as well, and our operational software, PowerSim Ops. I don't think we've come across any wind plus storage in operation today, particularly in a closed system. And we happen to work with DNGVL, Dr. Lahiri, who was going to testify after me on some of these projects jointly. And so we've had an opportunity to see a lot of these projects, get really close to them, and understand them well and their capabilities. The one thing I'd say that we've learned is the value really is in the sub-hourly, and that's where you have to look to understand how this combined resource will behave.
And with the hybrid nature of this project, is it, I think I know the answer, but is it totally different than looking at what you've looked at before of a wind plus battery operation?
So if the battery was separate from the wind, it would have additional capabilities than a closed system. That's right, and it'd be a lot more valuable, particularly if the utility was to have control of this as its own asset versus under the PERPA construct.
Okay. Speaking of the PERPA contract, is the limitations and the requirements that's put on the QF, do they have the result of reducing the value simply, or no, increasing that value simply because they're requiring the take and pay, or the utility to take the generated power when it's generated? Is PERPA standing in the way of a reduced price to the consumer?
That's a very good question. Is PERPA standing in the way of reduced price to the consumer? I would say yes, there could be better value realized in a competitive solicitation under a negotiated contract. And I think that's widely accepted. That PERPA is a relatively inefficient contractual mechanism because it's effectively, as a contract goes, a construct, it's off the rack versus something that's tailored. And without the bilateral negotiations, we can't get the tailored, and we also don't get the competitive nature of a solicitation.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Pinochi, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Doris, it sounds like our battery is too small. Can you tell us all what size battery they need?
I think we'd have to look at this more carefully and look at the sub-hourly in order to assess this better. And without looking at the sub-hourly, it'd be harder to size. But it does seem to me, just on the surface, that the wind farm it's much better than the first proposal. But there are conditions that might be hard for the hybrid facility to smooth out if they're to fully self-furnish ancillaries.
So a good question I could ask Mr. Grant that you'd like to see is, can you produce a sub-hourly report?
I think that's a fair thing to ask and see if they can substantiate what they're doing at the sub-hourly level. That would be good.
And our goal here is to assess the size battery that is needed. Now, when we had our hearing in the wintertime, we all talked, we listened to your testimony carefully, woefully inadequate size battery, and I think you explained that well, and I believed you, and I felt the same way. Dr. Grant is now saying in testimony that he has met the concerns that Northwest Energy has brought up. Did you tell him to use this size battery that he's moved to, or did he just come up with that on his own?
He came up with it on his own. We weren't providing this type of service to CBC when they contracted with the SEN.
And I believe he had said at the end of the hearings last time he was going to get with Northwest Energy and work with you. Did he ask you what size battery to use?
No, they did not ask us what size battery. They certainly have improved, as you noted, Commissioner, but they did not consult with us, no.
The ratepayer has made it clear to me that they'd like you, both sides, to come to an agreement without having hearings and hiring lawyers because it saves the ratepayers money. In all fairness, I feel comfortable telling the ratepayer, because this is the first battery system in Montana, and Northwest Energy's got to try to put this plan together. Maybe we needed a hearing to happen because it's the first time, right? What other questions do you think I could ask that would help proceed this along that you need from Mr. Grant?
I think you're on the right track with evaluating the sub-hourly. That's a large component that's missing at this juncture. We've talked a little bit about degradation components and understanding that and really what the output could be. I think that's I think it's also for the commission to look at carefully. Advancing something that accounts for the hourly variability and value contributions with the hourly model would go a long way.
Mr. Grant's done, I think, a great job in saying, look, I listened carefully to what Northwest Energy has wanted, and I've made some changes, going from 80 to 60, a bigger battery. And I'm going to go back to this question to you. Has Northwest Energy listened to what they want at any level and made some changes to kind of help this progress along? We did hear testimony earlier. Yeah, we put hours of time into it, but I'm sure that Mr. Grant's put hours of time into it. He's actually made changes. Has Northwest Energy made any changes to help move this along that you know of, or your department?
We've been trying to facilitate the process as much as possible from the modeling front. I'm sure other people can speak to what they've done on the contract or the integration side. And I'd say Northwestern as a whole moves pretty quickly on these matters. And we're trying to be as responsive as possible to CBC and to Northwestern and meet all the requirements that both parties have.
Well, thank you, Dr. Doris. No more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Pinocci. Good afternoon, Dr. Doris.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
One of the questions that comes up with regard to the heat rate debate and ultimately the issue of declining versus relatively level market prices. You mentioned, starting on page 5, that SEND expects the prices at the Mid-Columbia Mid-Sea trading hub will decline over the next 15 years due to the rapid growth of renewable generation. And we've heard this from several witnesses. You go on to say, which will diminish the role of natural gas in setting the price of power. Is this another way of saying that renewables are cheaper? That in other words, is the increased penetration of renewables that's forecast over the next number of years, either by force through renewable portfolio standards, or whether by the market, that wind and solar really does produce power cheaper than fossil fuels, or specifically gas? Or is it just that they would be producing a surplus, and thereby the supply-demand process takes over and drives down the cost? How are renewables ultimately, in your view, driving down the cost and creating a declining heat rate over time.
In my view, which has now become, I'd say, more broadly accepted by most utilities in the region, and I can look at, Avista, Puget, even Northwest Power, Conservation Council, we're all forecasting declining implied heat rates, which is just the ratio of power prices divided by gas prices. Say $30 for power, 3 for gas, you get 10. That's the conversion rate effectively in the market for gas to power. It's just a market implied heat rate.
Electricity supply to gas price, isn't that what heat rate is?
Heat rate is the conversion of the input, gas, the input energy to power. And so 10 is roughly 30% efficient power plant. And that's what the market is saying. So that'd be a steam type of unit. What we can say is this. Older thermal power plants that are less cost effective and efficient are having a hard time in the market today. You might have been following. PacifiCorp has announced enormous number of their, like 80% plus of their fleet, I think it's 85%, is under economic pressure and is expected to retire in the next, say, decade or so. When I look at plans that we're involved in New Mexico and Arizona and in California, the thermal plants, be them coal or even gas, are under pressure and retiring. And what we see is the market is valuing flexible resources that don't have startup and shutdown costs and can respond to the higher prices when the market price signals require them, and then shut off quickly at no cost. That type of flexibility carries a large premium in the market. And plants that are less dynamic to move are valued less. There are some resources that are very cost effective and will be in the future and have low variable cost of production. Today we're seeing PPAs for solar, let's say average about $20 a megawatt hour, and wind definitely below that.
Okay. Do you feel that even after, from the data you've seen and the trends you're seeing, that even after the production tax credit goes away, and I somehow doubt that it ultimately will, but assuming now that it does go away, that these wind farms and renewables in general will continue to have a downward pressure on heat rate and on rates, on power prices, pardon me, even without that support, or will they become less competitive and have to charge ultimately higher rates?
Clearly, there's some financial benefits to the tax, the ITC and PTC that are in place today. And those are rolling off in the near future. But the costs of technology are continuing to decline. And although those incentives are valuable, they're not the most efficient in terms of overall reducing production cost. So there might be let's call it a small penalty without the PTC and ITC in place. But given the technological advances, I think we'll soon pass that. There's also a lot of demand for clean energy in the market. So people like organic food want clean power in some sense, and they're willing to pay for it in certain locations. And there was a premium initially for clean power. Right now, if the technology continues to evolve, that won't be the case. And it's much like computers. We've gotten the costs have come down so much and so rapidly. We digitized kind of information. I think power, with particularly solar and storage, is digitized, and those costs are going to continue to decline quite rapidly. The bottom line is this: you can't increase the supply as measurably as is expected in the WEC. A lot of states are going to 100% renewable, and utilities have commitments to do that over the next 20, 30 years. Because of that, you have a lot of zero-cost resources at the bottom of the supply stack there. and they're forcing down the cost of energy in the market. And we see this. And markets that have high renewable penetration rates, like California ISO, or better yet, ERCOT and SPP, when we look at particularly the hours where we're above 25% renewables, the price really declines precipitously. And we can look cross-sectionally at Europe as well. We see the same thing. So it stands that if you put a lot of supply at zero cost, the price will get lower.
Several questions. I love listening to your explanation. You are a professor, I could tell, because you're very educational in the way you talk, and I appreciate that very much. Is there an economy of scale that takes place here that's significant? In other words, do you find that that renewables that are either company utility owned or independent merchant facilities that are much larger than the 80 megawatt QF can be, that they are significantly more cost effective?
What I can say is there are definitely economies of scale in wind and in solar, and certainly in thermal. Solar probably has the least amount of economies of scale. So larger projects in solar don't have quite the same material benefits as would be for wind or thermal. Because of its nature, there's very little unique sites with respect to solar. Wind has unique sites, thermal does too.
As far as future innovation, and this is, I guess, asking for the speculation or forecast or whatever, but you mentioned that even with the going away of the tax credits, that you'll see we're likely to see a rapid increase in technology improvements and innovations. And I sometimes wonder where the computer business would be today if over the years they had a major federal subsidy. Is it fair to say that when the subsidy goes away, that there'll be a greater incentive for innovation?
That's a really good. I think so. The opportunity's there, and certainly it'll be much more efficient and direct. I mean, right now you have to bring in tax equity that has an appetite for the production tax credits from this facility. There's certain inefficiencies in these exchanges and fees that are incurred through banks, and everybody's going to be extracting their rent along the way, and it would be more direct and efficient. And I think it'll be very affordable as well.
You mentioned use the term zero-cost resources. What do you mean by that?
So a zero-cost resource is just referring to when we look at things on the marginal cost or variable cost of production. And what we mean is at any point in time for each hour of the day, like today at 10 a.m., there's something called the day-ahead throw that Northwestern does. It's going to minimize its cost to serve its load for the next day. And it's going to look at least cost, how to meet its load with its resources relative to market opportunities for purchases and sales. If it's a zero-cost resource, it's there, it's going to be on the system, and variable cost of production is zero. Coal strip is a low-cost resource, but it's not zero. It's about $16. Spion Cob is zero. There is no fuel. Solar, Montana sun, there is no fuel being burned. It's just using the sunlight. So the hydros, they all have no fuel coming in the system, zero variable cost.
I appreciate your explanation. I tend to just pause for a minute when I hear that term, because there's a cost involved in the harnessing, the extraction, whatever, of any resource. And in that sense, whether it's the hydro or whether it's whatever it is, it's not zero cost. But I understand the way you're applying it here. Yeah, you mentioned I'm on Dr. Doris, on page 7, and again, I think we sort of touched on this with I believe, maybe Chairman Johnson, I forget, but you mentioned here that the various sort of the prevailing pricing out there right now, and gave some examples that are below 20 megawatt per hour, $20 per megawatt hour for projects in the interior portion of the U.S. A recent PPA contract for solar power in Idaho came in at under $22 per megawatt hour. Jackpot Holdings, and so forth, and the LA Department of Water and Power signed a PPA for 400 megawatts of solar, and that was at 1997, under $20. Anyway, the question that just sort of seems to just be so obvious, almost the gorilla in the room, if you will, is how can this be when the whole concept of avoided cost is to arrive at a pricing structure that renders the ratepayer indifferent? What is the problem here when we're looking at such a vast difference between what the market for larger projects is paying per megawatt hour versus what the avoided cost calculation, regardless of how you do it, whether it's Northwestern's or the higher one from CBC, is coming in much higher? Is the consumer really being held harmless?
I think the avoided cost framework is a challenging one. It's, as I said, it's kind of an off-the-rack product, and it's a way of forcing the utility to take energy. It's not through a competitive solicitation. It's not a well-structured agreement between buyer and seller. It's just off-the-rack standard. It's not a competitive solicitation. We're not getting the least cost in the market either. It's also avoided cost to serve load. And so in a system that's inherently long energy, the avoided cost to serve load is different than systems that are short and the premium that they're willing to pay for that. Northwestern is inherently long energy, but short flexible capacity.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And so ultimately, we're looking at something that's non-competitive and kind of cookie cutter. It doesn't fit very well.
Exactly.
Well, I'm thinking of it here while I'm flipping through your testimony. I too am kind of interested in this temperature-related degradation of generation, and I guess my question is, does it make sense to you, from what you've seen and from your experience, that in a state like Montana, that there would be such a differential in temperature from, on the day at least that they were looking at, 20 degrees below in Bozeman, I think it was 14 in Billings, and like 1 degree below, I think, in the area of the CBC wind farms. Doesn't that seem just a tad bit out of whack, that it would be so different? What's your feeling on that, at least?
I'm not a meteorologist, so I'm the same as you. I'm looking at this with the same lens of how can I make this whole? And what I'm concerned with in my analysis is consistency and, of course, doing the right thing, and by all sides. And I want to do the right thing by all sides, and we've worked with both sides here. And I see this input as just maybe a little bit far-reaching, and we've seen a kind of fair bit of far-reaching dimensions here, but this might be a little more suspicious than most, and that's why I call it something of concern.
I think it was Dr. Fleischman that referred to the possibility of it being a geothermal resource down there as well. I'm beginning to wonder if instead of building a wind farm, you ought to build a Caribbean-style resort. Come soak up the rays of Rappeljay. That's a little far-fetched, but it just seems unusual that it would be that much different. But
couldn't
whatever,
agree.
I guess we're not going to solve that question today.
Right. I think we looking through this through the same suspicious eye.
You mention here in your testimony, if I can get to the right page here, I think it's about page 28, I think roughly, about an equilibrium model, and I found that kind of interesting discussion. And I wondered if you might explain it a little further. On page 28, you refer to a sentence, fundamental modeling imposes a long-run equilibrium condition, leaving new generation resources earning normal returns from market prices. And then you go on to say that in the long run, power prices will settle to a level just high enough to justify building new flexible resources. They'll be able to recover their costs and so forth, capture the price spikes. I think I understand that, and you say in the future the more flexible, for example, the rice units would be or likely to be built. But could you explain a little more about the concept of an equilibrium model? I want to be sure I understand that.
Sure. And our model is, I think, very good at capturing the new market dynamics here because we use weather as a fundamental driver. And so we're creating a lot more variability in hourly prices. And what we want to do is look at a new resource. Let's say it enters in 2025 or 2030. We look at it over the next 10 years. We want it to earn a normal rate of return, call it 8%. Something that's not too much, not too little, just enough to get by, for, let's say, a merchant resource. And that's the idea of equilibrium. If there's too much cash on the table, there'll be a lot of new entrants. And we can have disequilibrium states for short periods of time, several years in a row, too high, too low. But through time, we have to approach equilibrium or quote-unquote normal returns. And what we're doing well here is capturing the value of flexible resources by capturing the right amount of variability, up-down movement in prices. So those resources that can turn on and off quickly, internal combustion engines and batteries with no costs, are going to extract extra value.
That makes sense. It's just basic economics there, really, isn't it?
Yeah. The difference, though, is other models, more traditional, or let's call it legacy models, are using normalized conditions and very deterministic. And so everything's very quiescent, like a sine wave. And there is no real variability in conditions that would extract the value of a flexible resource. So we've been, frankly, growing Ascend quite a bit because of our ability to be consistent with market conditions and capture the value induced by intermittent resources on the system.
The planned build-out at Dave Gates is an aero unit, isn't that right?
They do have aero units at Dave Gates, that's correct.
Yeah, and that's what's planned for the expansion. That's being used as the proxy. And I think I was wrong the other day when I suggested to someone that one of the witnesses that it would be a rice unit proxy for CBC in this calculation, but it's the same. It's aero in both cases, I believe. But yeah, anyway, I think I was a little confused there. Well, I think that's the only questions I have. Dr. Doris, I appreciate your time. And at this point, I'll turn it back for re-examination, recross by, there you
I was
are.
gonna, this may take
Mr.
a minute,
Uda.
but I was gonna ask Dr. Doris to put back up his exhibit with the temperatures.
So I'm on PSC 26 for January 7th, hour 8, which is the row rank 8.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Is it possible that the difference in the temperatures has to do with how long a time they were measured?
I'm not an expert on METARs and the thermocouples that are used to measure them and how they're done. I'm just simply reporting the values that are here.
Right, but if, for example, at CBC, that was an hour average, and the temperatures that you reported for Billings and Bozeman are from a 1-second measurement, those values could be quite different, isn't that right?
I don't know, but I will note that it gets colder from hour 8 to 9.
Okay, well, my expert is a meteorologist, and I'll represent to you, he's told me that that number for Billings and that number for Bozeman is from a 1-second measurement.
Objection, the council's testifying. He can recall the meteorologist if he wants to recall.
I'm just
them.
representing the facts to him. Do you know whether those are 1-second measurements?
I got an objection going here.
Okay,
So,
Objection now to asked and answered. He's asked, that's the third time he's asking the same question.
no, I
Dr.
don't
Doris
think
has
I
already-
asked that.
don't talk over one another,
Sorry.
please. Mr. Uda, your response to the objection.
My response to the objection is, I said I made a representation of fact to him, and I said, my meteorologist is saying it's 1 second, and then I was going to follow up with the question is, do you know whether it's 1 second?
I will overrule the objection on the basis of asking that next question. I think is acceptable.
Well, I think I already answered it with respect to my knowledge and what I have before me.
So your answer was that you don't understand about, is it METARs?
Right, so the measurement systems, I don't know. I
Okay.
just have the data before me, just as I
So it's
answered
possible
previously.
that is a 1-second measurement, and that's an hour measurement.
That could be.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to ask you a question about this exhibit. And
Just to clarify for the record what this exhibit is, I think it's
what did you guys identify?
GWD 3A is
Okay.
in his
The one
testimony.
that's up on the wall and on the screen.
That's help.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Am I getting too far away? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's helpful for the transcript to
My attention
identify.
starts to wander later in the day.
Yeah.
So I have a question for you. So if I say to you, condition 1, 2, and 3, do you know what I mean when I say that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and condition 1 would be Northwestern is short and you apply the market price, and I assume that this chart represents that. Is that correct?
Certainly, we have conditions here where Northwestern is short. Let's see in that chart. Yeah, we see that where they're buying economically, hours 19 through, I don't know, 22.
Well, I know this is a representative example. I'm asking you generally about how you applied condition 1. And so in hours, when Northwestern was short, you were applying the market price to the CBC project and your avoided cost estimate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In condition 2, do you understand what I mean when I say condition 2?
Yes, I don't believe I was questioned on this earlier.
Well, I'm asking you about this chart.
Okay.
What it represents.
Mr. Chairman, it'd be helpful to me if we just get Mr. Uda to say what condition 2 is real quick.
I was actually getting, because I'm not sure the witness knows what I'm talking about, so I just want to make sure we're talking the same
Long one,
language.
condition 2, same thing.
Yeah, exactly. So you understand that condition 2 is essentially what we used to call long 1, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in long 1, my understanding is if in that particular hour, the market price is higher than the cost of the highest cost, variable cost in the resource stack, you assign the highest variable cost from the resource stack to the project in that hour. Is that right?
Condition 2 is where generation exceeds customer load, and yes, we look at the last cost resource to meet load.
Okay. Did you assign that value in this case, or did you assign 0?
For condition 2,
Yeah.
we assign that value.
Okay, thank you. Condition 3, did you assign 0?
Correct, I assigned 0 for condition 3.
And the commission has not yet approved that approach, is that correct?
I don't know what they've approved or not.
Okay. Do you have a sense of the change in the avoided cost estimate if you were valuing condition 3 at market?
No, I do not. Of course, we're looking at this as avoided cost to serve load, not as Northwestern serving as a power marketing arm for CBC.
Okay, but that's based upon the legal argument Northwestern is making that they're not obligated to pay anything for that's not used to serve load, correct?
It is, it's the economic rationale for avoided cost, and that's what we're following and prescribing here.
Okay, but bear with me for a minute. I had thought earlier that I had heard and read in testimony that the basis for Northwestern valuing condition 3 at 0 was because they believe that FERC Order 69 says they don't have to pay QFs for power that's not used to serve load.
No, you're conflating things. Absolutely not. Power not to serve load, this is a forced uneconomic sale. And a forced uneconomic sale means we have must-run units and units in the queue ahead of CBC that are forcing uneconomic sale of energy. For example, it might force the sale of coal strip at $16 a megawatt hour marginal cost for some price less than that.
But Dr. Doris, bear with me. If you haven't done the analysis with condition 3 at market, how do you know what that difference is?
I haven't done that analysis. That is correct.
And I wanted you to put up that other exhibit that you had about ancillary services. Do you still have that somewhere? Okay. I think Mr. Regala asked you a question earlier about what commission orders you were following when you prepared this calculation. Do you recall that?
I think so.
Yeah, and I think your answer was you weren't really sure.
That sounds right.
Yeah. Okay, so were you a participant at all in the Black Bear and Grizzly Wind proceeding?
Yes, I was.
And would you agree with me, subject to check, that the commission decided that spinning and non-spinning reserves will amount to 3% of the installed nameplate wind capacity, or 3.6 megawatts?
Yes.
Okay. And would you also agree with me, subject to check again, that for INC capacity or ink capacity, the commission approved 6% of nameplate capacity for the Caithness and for the Black Bear and Grizzly projects?
I'm not familiar with that. I know what we've done here, and the numbers here are consistent with how Northwestern wants to proceed, and we've also done analysis evaluating this, and seems very consistent with
But my
the
question,
values.
my question was, would you agree with me, subject to check, that it was 6% of the nameplate capacity?
If your point is there's a previous precedent, you go ahead and refer to that in the brief. I'm unable to determine either way.
Okay, so you don't know that, the answer to that question?
That is correct.
Okay, that's fine. Do you know what the total ancillary services requirement was for Grizzly and Black Bear?
I don't recall.
Would it surprise you to learn it was 10.8 megawatts in that order?
If you have precedents from other cases, you're welcome to put this in the brief. I think getting it through me is becoming awkward.
Okay, well, I'm asking you because you did this calculation, and I was assuming that you were trying to do it consistently.
Actually, for these questions regarding the ancillaries, please, it'd be more efficient to go through Joe Steinmetz.
Okay, fair enough. Do you know what the installed capacity is of the Grizzly and Black Bear projects?
Capacity of the Grizzly and Black Bear. I don't recall the exact amount.
Are they both 80 megawatts, or do you remember?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Do Grizzly and Black Bear have a battery?
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
So, let me ask you, when you performed your analysis about the ability of the battery to provide the services that CBC claims, did you take into account scheduling?
Mr. Chairman, I just need a little help understanding. The beginning of the question was when you performed your analysis. Is this the testimony of Dr. Doris? Is this the table behind the wall?
On questions on cross-examination from Mr. Regala, we had voluminous statements from Dr. Doris about his critique of the battery and its ability to provide the services claimed. I believe this is a fair ground for recross.
Is that sufficient, Ms. Hill?
Okay.
Thank you.
So when you did that analysis, did you take into account that Caithness is going to schedule a certain amount of power in every hour based upon his estimate of the wind 30 minutes before that hour?
I think what I was looking at here is saying, given what we know, without sub-hourly analysis, which is probably critical to really get a deeper understanding, the battery will be severely constrained or limited in furnishing anything above and beyond its commitments to ancillaries.
Right. So, but if, in fact, for example,
Excuse me, ancillaries inclusive of the flexibility requirements, just to be
right,
clear.
which is what you,
So smoothing or firming.
which is the number that you have up on the
So
board.
the firming is the amount. That's right.
Okay. So my question, though, is when you were doing this analysis, did you take into account the fact that Caithness was going to be scheduling every hour, and it wouldn't just say 120 megawatts, it would say, well, the wind's only blowing so hard, so we can only really schedule, I'm just coming up with a number, 30 megawatts.
Okay. I'm following.
Okay. So my question is, how did you take scheduling into account?
Well, in order to do scheduling correctly, we really do have to look at the sub-hourly, and we haven't been able to do that. In terms of our economic analysis of avoided costs, we looked at the wind farm alone and assumed that those schedules would be firmed, and the battery would be consumed just firming the wind farm, and there wouldn't be much latitude to do a little bit of hourly displacement either way.
And that's based on the assumptions that are in this chart about ancillary services, including the flex ramp number.
That's right. But nonetheless, we gave a significant value to capacity, as I noted.
So, Mr. Regala again asked you a question, and this had to do with this general idea about battery and wind farm as opposed to the battery alone or a hybrid facility.
Mm-hmm.
And my question to you is, why didn't you just study the hybrid output and come up with a number using the SPP methodology?
I'm not following your question. Why didn't I just study?
Why didn't you just use the SPP methodology, look at the flexible generation portfolio or profile that was provided to you, and just come up with a number?
For capacity, we followed the method I've already articulated. I'm not going to go over that again, and got 17.1 megawatts. And if we had subscribed to the SPP method with a 60% exceedance level, it would have been 0. So we went at 50%.
Okay.
So that's where I
That's again-
deviated from the SPP method.
That's again based upon these estimates here, right?
No, not at all.
Okay.
You're conflating things. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. I don't have any more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Uda. Mr. Brown, any recross?
No, thank you.
And Ms. Hill, redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Doris. You said, I believe earlier, something about the battery maybe being limited to doing one thing at a time. Did you mean that literally?
I meant perhaps not literally. I think I was getting at, as I just explained to Council Uda, that the battery is going to be severely limited in its capabilities to furnish anything beyond the ancillaries.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and at this point, Dr. Doris, you are temporarily excused.
Could we make him permanently excused?
Any reason that would be a problem for anybody? Dr. Doris is permanently excused. Thank you for being here. And Ms. Hill, if you would call your next witness, please.
I have to call Dr. Lahiri.
Dr. Lahiri, have you been sworn in yet?
No, I have not.
All right, well, we'll get that taken care of. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lahiri. You got your blue light, okay.
Good afternoon, Council Ann.
Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Sudipta R. Lahiri, Sudipta Lahiri. My business address is 4377 County Line Road, Chalfont, Pennsylvania, 18914.
By whom are you employed?
I'm employed by DNVGL.
And what is your role with DNVGL?
I'm a senior consultant in the energy advisory business with DNVGL.
You have a document before you marked as NYE Exhibit 4. Could you tell me what that document is?
This document is my pre-filed intervenor testimony.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
No, I do not.
Could you just, to help the commissioners at a high level, tell me the topic of your testimony?
Sure. So Caithness made claims on the performance of the battery. Caithness provided criteria by which to assess these claims. This criteria, these are thresholds and tolerances and so forth. I evaluated their data, their modeling, and their methodology to see whether their claims met their own criteria.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Dr. Lahiri's testimony be admitted into evidence as Exhibit Number 4.
Any objections? NWE 4 is admitted into the record.
I tendered this witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Uda.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brown.
No questions.
Commissioner Pinocci. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We'd begin with, you don't look like Zach Rogala. I don't think he could grow a beard that fast. I'm sorry. Mr. Casey, questions from you, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Dr. Lahiri.
Good afternoon.
Lahiri.
Lahiri.
Lahiri. Thank you. So just I know that you just went over this with Ms. Hill, but I want to make sure that I understand correctly. Your role in this matter is essentially checking the math of CBC. You're looking at the calculations and methodology that they employed and making sure that all that input is consistent with the claims that they're making, correct?
That is correct.
You're not assessing how the battery might operate in the real world or whether their claims are reasonable or not, correct?
That is correct.
So in your testimony, you pointed out what you thought to be inconsistencies in the testimony of Dr. Segal. Aside from those inconsistencies, are you generally satisfied with the data that's been supplied by CBC in allowing you to corroborate the consistency of their methodology with their claims?
So in general, I think that they came close to meeting their claims. they set certain thresholds. For example, they wanted to keep the deviation in firming, which is the deviation between the hourly schedule and the production of the hybrid plant, to within 3.6 megawatts. However, there are hundreds of hours in the year when it exceeds 3.6 megawatts. That's why I say that they came close to meeting their own criteria. There were a couple of methodological things that could be improved upon. The most important thing is that they did not provide any sub-hourly dispatch. So we don't know how well it will perform to sub-hourly ancillary service requirements. And then number two is the causality issue. They assumed in their calculations that they knew the state of energy of the battery at the moment of making the decision of scheduling and dispatching, which essentially leads them to use future information for present decisions.
Okay. So with regard to the actual data that CBC supplied here, is the lack of sub-hourly data your biggest complaint? Is there anything else that you feel like is necessary to assess their methodology?
Another thing that I did point out was that I evaluated their capacity contribution claim based on their own methodology. And I pointed out that they had not aligned the dispatch year with the load year. So essentially, they had used 2018 dispatch with load from 2010 to 2017. And that systematically seemed to overestimate the value of capacity. And I believe that they corrected that number. However, they still just used 3 years. It would be more rigorous to show the dispatch under a few more years.
How many more years?
The more, the better.
Is there sort of an industry standard that you feel like would be appropriate?
I don't know. 3 years. I mean, and then it's not three consecutive years. 2010, 2017, 2018. It would be nice to maybe see 10 consecutive years to see how the battery will behave under a wide range of system conditions, a wide range of temperatures. Another thing that it would be good to have seen from their data analysis is uncertainty modeling. So a fundamental input to their model was the forecast, the hourly forecast of the wind plant. Now, everything that they derived started with that. And they only presented one data stream for the hourly forecast. Now, generally, it would be good to present a kind of wide variety of data streams, let's say, 5, 10. For example, Northwestern Energy evaluated 100 different uncertainty conditions. So it would be more robust to show performance under different uncertainty conditions for the hybrid plant dispatch.
So when you talk about a data stream, are you saying in their use of one, they've essentially set out one set of potential outcomes, and you would prefer that they use multiple sets of potential outcomes of wind forecasting?
That is correct.
Okay. You, in your intervener testimony, stated that, Dr. Segal in his rebuttal testimony stated that he didn't find your testimony to conflict with his own, setting aside, I think, some minor discrepancies. Are you in agreement with that statement?
Generally, yes. I mean, I checked their math. Their math conforms with the applications that they want the battery to do. And then the MATLAB code and logic conforms with that math. So in that respect, in a general sense, I didn't find any red flags
outside of those discrepancies that
outside
you
of
discussed
those.
previously.
Yes.
Okay. So in your testimony, you discussed the what I believe is one of those discrepancies, the round trip efficiency battery performance claims that are made by Dr. Segal versus what you perceive as an industry standard. Number one, what exactly is round trip efficiency? Does that mean that there's something less coming out of the battery than what's going in?
Yes.
Okay.
So there are losses when the energy is going in as well as when the energy is coming out. So if the one-way efficiency is the loss that's incurred on one side, so the round-trip efficiency is the square of the one-way efficiency.
Okay. So you take issue with his claim of 93% efficiency, and you state that sort of an industry standard is 85 to 89%. And that looks in your testimony like sort of an unsupported statement. There's no footnote to any authority or anything like that. What is that claim based on?
That claim is based on our industry knowledge and our work experience in working with operating and battery projects under development. I'd even say that 85 to 87 is on the higher side.
Okay. So it's based on your personal industry experience, work experience, education, et cetera.
Yes, I can also provide supporting documentation. I mean, this number is very widely known and used and researched. I could provide supporting documentation from, say, the national labs that supports these numbers.
Okay. You refer to an implicit assumption in CBC's methodology that spinning reserves and regulation operating reserve will not be called on concurrently. Can you explain that implicit assumption?
Yes. This should have been made clear, I feel. Not all the ancillary services can be performed at the same time, concurrently. So I think in general, CBC lists 5 services for the battery. Let's forget the word ancillary right now. The battery is supposed to do 5 things. 3 of those things are internal to the wind plant, and 2 of those things are grid connected. It's something that Northwestern will ask the battery to do, if required. Those 2 things are spinning reserve and regulating reserve. Those 2 things cannot be done at the same time, because if you get a spinning reserve call, you might be asked to dispatch the full capacity. And then you wouldn't have any more room to perform regulating reserve. So generally, it should be made clear that not all these 5 things can be done at the same time, but they can be kind of coordinated in a fashion that more than one thing can be done at a time.
Okay. This may be a dumb question, but so can you explain to me why you perceive that they have implicitly made that assumption in their testimony that those 2 things can occur at the same time?
They never clarified, so they had the 3.6 megawatts reserved to perform these 2 external things, spinning reserve and supplement reserve, or spinning reserve and regulation. And the assumption is that as long as it is reserved, the capacity or the resource is reserved for these 2 things, it can supply these 2 things. But that's not true if these 2 things are called at the same time. It's only true if one of these things are called.
Okay, that makes sense. And for my review of your testimony, you fall short of saying that assumption is unreasonable, but based on what you're saying now, I take it that you believe that assumption isn't a reasonable assumption to make on CPC's part. Is that accurate?
By that, you mean spinning reserve and regulation being performed at the same time?
Yes.
If the spinning reserve call is for 3.6 megawatts, you cannot perform any regulation.
Okay. But if it were
If it
something-
were less than 3.6 megawatts, then you would have, let's say the spinning reserve call was 1 megawatt, so then you're dispatching at 1 megawatt. So you would have 2.6 megawatts of headroom to do regulation. Up, only regulation up, and that, and some more, and you need tail room to do regulation down.
Sure. So when you say that you would like that assumption explicitly stated, what you're asking for is what you've just sort of developed now, an explanation of how that would work.
Also, once a call is made, then you're utilizing that resource to supply that service. Then you need to redispatch or recompute your dispatch, which is never done. The dispatch assumes that that resource is reserved and can service the first call when it's made. But then that the resource is never replenished in their dispatch calculations, which is, I think it's okay because the calls are pretty infrequent, maybe 20 times a year.
And I just have one more question for you, Dr. Lahiri. Did I hear you correctly that so this is with regard to, I believe it was Northwest Exhibit 1 or 2. It was a spreadsheet that was handed out the first day of this hearing, and it provided, I think, forecasts of battery performance. Did you say there's hundreds of hours in a given year in which the output from the facility deviates from the scheduled commitment by more than 3.6 megawatts?
Yes, and so in their first calculation, there were 335 hours when in a year when the error between hourly energy delivered and hourly schedule deviated by more than 3.6 megawatts. In their corrected spreadsheet, and in the volume of that deviation, the magnitude of that deviation in the corrected spreadsheet was up to 30 megawatts on a certain hour.
Just one instance?
That was the maximum deviation hour.
Do you have information as to how many times it was greater than the scheduled commitment and how many times it was lower than the scheduled commitment?
I can look it up.
It's all right.
So yeah, I could take a couple of minutes to look it up. So you asked how many times it's greater than the schedule and how many, I see. I can look it up, yeah.
Okay.
I don't have that answer right now.
That's fair. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Lahiri.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. And we'll turn now to Commissioner Pinocci.
Do you have an idea what size the battery should be, or do you need this hourly, sub-hourly report?
Sub-hourly data, sub-hourly dispatch, along with more uncertainty analysis around the wind forecast would help in getting a better idea of what size the battery should be.
Do you believe the battery is too small now?
Without working through the data, I can't speculate on that.
All right, thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Chairman Johnson, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions for this witness.
And Vice Chairman Lake, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. maybe just a couple. Did I hear you say that the batteries cannot perform more than one function at one time?
It can.
It can. Would it be able to provide power for a delivery to the grid when the turbines are not performing at the highest level or the level that they need to meet the committed load? Could they also balance at the same time?
Balance what?
Balance the grid, to where you do not change the. That's been one of the things I understand that that in the ancillary services, that would be part of it, is the balancing of the grid.
If you are talking about sub-hourly balancing, if they're scheduled correctly and dispatched correctly, and there's resource availability to do that, it can provide sub-hourly balancing while it's trying to meet its hourly schedule. However, we have not seen any evidence or data to validate that because we don't have the sub-hourly data or the sub-hourly dispatch.
And the reason I ask that, because in my mind, if the system is being asked to back up the load from the wind turbine at a full capacity, with the full discharge rate of the battery, how can it then possibly balance at the same time?
If the battery is discharging at full power rating, then it can only balance by backing off its discharge. It can't balance both ways. However, if the scheduling has been done, if the scheduling is well, then it's not delivering its full power rating. It's saving something for the balance, for bidirectional balancing.
Okay. Right. I think that takes care of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. And Dr. Lahiri, thank you for being here. Mr. Casey pretty much asked my questions, so I had a couple of questions. One thing I wanted to ask on page 12 of your testimony is the concept here in line 14. The question is, describe the time casualty discrepancy in CBC's hybrid facility energy scheduling algorithm, and I'm not sure exactly what is meant by that, by time casualty.
Oh, time causality.
Causality, what did I say? Yeah, causality, excuse me. I think I said casualty. It is late. Time causality. What's it talking about there?
The idea is that the schedule and the dispatch computation takes into account measurements of the system and the battery and the wind. And the schedule has to be submitted 75 minutes ahead of time according to Northwestern's requirements. In the code submitted by CBC, they used battery measurement at the moment of the dispatch, which means that they had information which was 75 minutes in the future to evaluate that dispatch.
Okay.
Now, that can be easily corrected. And it would have been, my recommendation would have been that, you correct this and show us the new values.
Yeah, wouldn't make that big of a difference necessarily, would it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it would make a big difference or a small difference. It could make a very big difference in a few hours, or it could make a small difference in a very many hours. But it's something worth redoing.
Thank you. I understand now. Thank you for that. Okay, we are back to recross. Mr. Uda, any recross? Mr. Brown, any recross? And redirect by Ms. Hill.
I don't need any, thank you.
All right. Well, then, Dr. Lahiri, thank you for being with us, and you are temporarily excused.
Thank you.
Let's see, what are we at here right now? We're almost been at this for an hour and a half now, it looks like. So it's probably is a good time to take a break. So why don't we break until, oh golly, let's say till 10 after 3.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Dr. Lahiri needs to be permanently excused if
Oh, is
that's
that right?
okay with everyone.
That's fine with me. Dr. Lahiri is permanently excused unless there's some objection. All right, we are off the record now until what did I say, 10 after 3? All right, then we are back on the record. And Ms. Hill, if you would, please call your next witness.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we call Joe Steinmetz.
Mr. Steinmetz, have you been sworn in yet?
It seems so long ago, it could have been a different hearing, but yes. Yes, I was on Monday morning.
We'll go with that. All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Steinmetz. Could you state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Joe Steinmetz, Stimatz. My business address is 11 East Park Street in Butte,
By whom are you employed?
Northwestern Energy.
And what is your title with Northwestern?
My title is Manager of Asset Optimization.
You have an exhibit before you marked as NWE 5. What is that exhibit?
This is my pre-filed intervener testimony in this docket.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
No, I don't.
Can you just state to help the commissioners a real high level, just the topics that your testimony covers?
Yes, I cover ancillary services, the self-supply of ancillary services, and the definition of firm.
Mr. Chairman, Northwestern moves Mr. Steinmetz's testimony in as Northwestern Exhibit 5.
Any objection? NWE 5 is admitted into the record.
Thank you. I tender this witness for cross-examination.
And Mr. Uda, would you like to cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Steinmetz, could you turn to page JMS 5 of your direct testimony, lines 3 through 21?
Okay.
And is it a correct characterization of your testimony that you discussed therein that Northwestern has recently proposed revisions to its open access transmission tariff before FERC?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that the proposed changes to your open access transmission tariff have been disputed by a variety of parties in the FERC proceeding? Is that correct?
That's correct. There are a number of interveners, and we are currently in the settlement process.
Right. And I would gather from your answer that FERC has not yet made a final ruling on Northwestern's proposed tariff changes. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you would also agree, I believe, that FERC has not made a final ruling on your proposed open access transmission tariff Schedule 11.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Steinmetz, do you know how many Montana wind generators are currently selling energy and paying for ancillary services under Northwestern's open access transmission tariff?
Can you repeat the question, Mr.
Sure.
Uda?
I'm getting a little rummy. I apologize, Mr. Steinmetz. How many Montana wind generators are currently selling energy and paying for ancillary services under Northwestern's open access transmission tariff?
I believe there is one wind project that is covered under this tariff currently.
Can you identify which project that is?
It's the Horseshoe Bend project, which part of the year is a Northwestern QF. For the portion of the year that they're not a Northwestern QF,
Right.
they'll be paying these rates as of July 1st, 2019.
That seems like a long time ago. That's the one up by Great Falls, right? The 9 megawatt project?
It is.
Okay. But presently, you would agree that no QF generator selling energy to Northwestern is paying for ancillary services under Northwestern's OATT?
That's correct. This is a new proposal for us.
I understand. On page JMS 8 of your direct testimony, you describe the amounts of ancillary services capacity you're proposing to be assigned to the CVC projects. Is that correct?
Did you say JMS 8?
JMS 8, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the output of each CBC project will be capped at 60 megawatts rather than the 80 megawatt nameplate capacity cited in your testimony?
I'm aware that there has been some testimony to that effect, and there have also been, there's been some discussion and some indication that at times we've seen data that shows that the facility would generate more than that.
Okay, but at any point has Caithness made a representation that their nameplate is 80 megawatts rather than 60?
I believe there was testimony. I believe it was Mr. Durant's testimony that referred to 80 megawatts.
Right, he was supposed to fix that, I apologize. But generally, you understand from being here for the last 3 days that the representation is that it's a 60 megawatt facility.
I've heard that representation, yes.
Okay. How does reducing the size of the project from 80 megawatts to 60 megawatts affect the value of the services you propose to assign to the CBC projects?
The value of the services?
Right, you're assigning ancillary services capacity. There's a value associated with that. How would reducing the size from 80 to 60 affect that?
Sure. So the way these rates are designed in our OAT is that they are applied based on the nameplate capacity of the facility.
So would reducing it from 80 to 60 reduce that charge?
It would reduce the charge, not on a per kilowatt basis but it would reduce the overall charge, yes.
Can you explain how the battery capacity of the CBC projects will create a need for Northwestern to carry additional spinning reserves?
Yes. So as we were just discussing, we have a 60 megawatts of wind generation and 20 megawatts of battery capability for a total of 80. So the 60 megawatts of wind would require 3% for spinning reserve and for non-spinning reserve.
Okay,
And then the 20 megawatts of battery would require the same.
Okay, but why does a battery need spinning reserves?
For the same reason that other resources on our system would need reserves, we would need to carry the reserves for the load and generation on our system at any one time.
And I really don't know. I'm just trying to understand this because it seems to me like a battery is sort of like providing the same sort of service as spinning reserves. It's almost like saying a battery needs a battery to back it up.
Well, it's similar to saying a power plant needs a power plant to back it up, and that's a true statement. It does. You need to carry a certain percentage in reserve for those instances when you have a failure.
Can you identify any analysis you've completed to measure how the battery component of the CBC projects will mitigate the need for flexible reserve capacity under the new Schedule 11 of your proposed OATT?
No, again, Mr. Uda, what I'm proposing here is that we apply the rates in our OAT or OATT to this project.
Okay. So I would assume that the idea of the OATT is that it's going to generally apply to variable energy resources across your system. Is that right?
The idea is that the OAT rates will apply to all resources on our system. Schedule 3, which is regulation and frequency response, will apply to all generators as well as loads. Schedules 5 and 6, which are the spinning and supplemental reserves, will apply to all resources as well as loads. Schedule 11 will only apply to wind resources, and that would be whether they're a QF or third-party generator selling off our system to, say, a utility in Washington, or a wind generator that's selling to a choice customer in Montana. We're proposing that the same rates apply and treat all of those wind generators or any generator, regardless of who their customer is.
Right.
We'll treat them the same.
But CBC, I think we've heard testimony the last 3 days, isn't just a variable energy resource, they have a battery, right?
That's right.
Okay. So I gather from your testimony that you, and maybe Northwestern, hasn't done any analysis to see how Schedule 11 would actually apply to this particular kind of project.
Mr. Ruda, I think the benefit of using the OAT rates in the context of a QF is that it eliminates the need for us to, in every docket, calculate the specifics in regard to the project at hand. It applies the same rate that's in effect from time to whatever resources are on our system of that type. And so we don't need to do specific analysis relative to that resource.
Right, but wouldn't you want to take into account the differences between different types of generators? Because wind projects, unless I'm missing something, are all pretty much the same. I mean, in terms of how they operate, they're dependent on the wind, they deliver whatever they generate into the system. This is a little different, though, isn't it?
It could be different. And so what I propose here is the application of the OAT rate for VERS, or variable energy resources, to the wind portion of the plant. The application of our OAT rate for non-VERS to the battery portion of the plant.
Okay, so 60 megawatts of wind under Schedule 11 and 20 megawatts under another portion of the OATT to reflect the battery component. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
And the other portions of the OATT would
Oh,
apply
sure.
to the
Yeah,
to both.
I
Yep.
understand that. All right. It's not your position, well, let me strike that question. I think I kind of already asked that. Okay. Can you please turn to page JMS 9 of your direct testimony in the table beginning after line 3?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. And please correct me if I'm wrong, if I get any of these numbers wrong, because late in the day, I'm liable to get something wrong, quite frankly. You propose a total ancillary services charge of $1,045,000 for Schedule 3, is that correct?
That's correct, per year, yep.
Yeah, okay. And similarly, for Schedule 5 spinning, you are proposing a charge of $210,072, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And for Schedule 6, supplemental reserves, you're proposing $193,198, is that right?
I believe it's 193,128, but
Oh, okay, sorry again,
Yes.
thanks for checking my numbers. And on Schedule 11, the charge on an annual basis is $1,076,120 for Schedule 11, is that right?
almost $1,706,120,
Oh, okay. I must
but
have
yes.
transposed a number here. My apologies. And Schedule 11, which is the new flexible capacity or INC charge, is that right?
Flexible capacity, flex reserve charge, yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me, subject to check, that your proposed ancillary services cost allocations to CBC are equivalent to $7.80, 7 cents a megawatt hour in total, assuming 401,045 megawatt hours annual net energy production for the CBC projects?
Subject to check.
Okay. And for an annual net energy production amount from the CBC projects of 401,045 megawatt hours, do you agree, again, subject to check, that your proposed ancillary cost assignments are equivalent to $2.61 a megawatt hour for regulation?
Subject to check.
Okay. Do you also agree, subject to check, that Schedule 5 spinning reserves is equivalent to 52 cents a megawatt hour?
Subject to check, yes.
And Joel, please do check, because I got these numbers from someone else and they could be wrong. And equivalent to, it's again subject to check, equivalent to 48 cents a megawatt hour for supplemental reserves?
Subject to check. And Mr. Uda, I didn't ever know that I was actually supposed to check those. I always thought that was just to advance the conversation for your next question.
I always had this assumption that the experts were like huddling up, acting like doing math.
Ben might be right now, but
And last but not least, again, subject to check, $4.25 a megawatt hour for Schedule 11 flexible reserve capacity.
yes, subject to check.
Okay.
And again, I'd point out that these would be the same rates that we would apply if this project came to us outside the QF world, just as a regular wind plus battery generator. They'd get the same rates.
I assume that to be the case. Mr. Steinmetz, did you participate in the Grizzly and Black Bear wind cases, dockets D 2019 2.8 and D 2019 2.9?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree that the commission's order in those cases was issued on August 12, 2019?
I don't know what date it was issued.
Well, subject to check.
Subject to check, yes.
I have it right here. I can tell you it says August 12th on the top. Do you need the copy of the order?
Are you going to ask me questions about the order?
Well, I was thinking about it, but if you knew the answers, I didn't want to have to waste the time of going through that, but.
You can go ahead and ask the questions if
All
you'd
right,
like.
if you
but I'll
don't
ask
know,
for a
I'll give you
copy.
the order. I'm sorry. I apologize. But if you need to look at the order, please ask, and I'll just give it to you, okay?
Okay.
All right. And do you agree, again, subject to check, I seem to be subject to checking a lot today, that the commission determined the cost of regulation reserves was $1.58 a megawatt hour?
Again, I don't recall that number. If you're reading it from the order, I'll take your word for it.
Well, like I said, if you want the order, I can give it to you.
I don't need the order to give that answer, I guess.
Okay.
If
Well,
you want me to look at it, I will.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, if you're nervous about saying yes or no, it's right here.
Okay.
And do you agree, again, that subject to check that the commission determined, oh, I was already asked that question, sorry. Do you also agree that subject to check, the commission determined that the cost of spinning and non-spinning reserves was combined was 62 cents a megawatt hour?
Subject to check, I believe that's probably what they found to be the charge to apply in that case.
Okay, and do you agree, subject to check, the commission determined the cost of INC for these projects was $2.73 a megawatt hour?
Subject to check.
And based on this, the total value of all these services, the total of the ancillary service charges assigned by the commission to the Grizzly and Black Bear wind projects was approximately $4.93 a megawatt hour, subject to check.
Subject to check, I'd agree with that. And as I said in my testimony, the issue that we had is that the actual cost of providing those services to the wind generators is actually much higher than that.
Okay. But would you agree with me, again, subject to check, that the ancillary service charges proposed by Northwestern for the CBC projects are $2.94 a megawatt hour higher, or 60% higher than what was assigned to ancillary services by the commission in the Grizzly and Black Bear wind cases?
Subject to check, I assume you did the math right.
Well, I assume they did too. All right. And do you agree that the combined capacity of the Black Bear and Grizzly wind projects is proposed at 160 megawatts or 80 megawatt for each project?
Yes,
Okay.
that I remember.
And at 160 megawatts combined, that is, I don't know if you want to say, like a third smaller than the CBC project at 120 megawatts?
Can you repeat?
Excuse me, a third larger than the 120 megawatt CBC projects, 40 megawatts.
Yes,
Okay. And do the proposed Grizzly and Black...
the wind portion of them, I should say.
Right,
That's
the wind
right.
portion, okay. Do the proposed Grizzly and Black Bear wind projects include any battery storage capacity?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Are you familiar with FERC Order 64, Integration of Variable Energy Resources?
I am somewhat familiar with it, not in detail.
Okay. Do you recall whether FERC Order 764 was issued in 2012?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know whether FERC Order 764 directed utilities to implement 15-minute scheduling?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And yes, it did.
So, do you agree that FERC issued that order to improve forecasting and scheduling of variable energy resources such as wind?
That seems like sound reasoning, but I don't know what the actual reasoning was at the time.
Do you agree that a shorter scheduling interval will tend to reduce the magnitude and generation fluctuations from variable energy resources from one scheduling period to the next?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And I don't know the answer to this question. I hope that you do. Has Northwestern yet implemented 15-minute scheduling in operating its system?
Yes, we have. In fact, we did when the order came out in 2012, or it might have been effective in 2013. And what the order actually required is not that parties be forced to schedule in 15-minute increments, but that 15-minute scheduling be made available to them.
Okay.
We can't force any entity to take advantage of that.
Okay. But you're not obviously opposed to somebody scheduling on a 15-minute basis?
No, of course not.
Okay.
And Mr. Uda, I will add that our analysis in preparing the OAT rates took 15-minute scheduling into account.
Okay. Is Northwestern proposing to join the EIM in 2021?
Yes.
Does joining the EIM require Northwestern to implement 15-minute scheduling?
Can you elaborate on what you mean by require us to implement 15-minute
Well, I mean, in
scheduling?
order
We've already implemented that as a
Right,
balancing
but
authority.
I'm just saying, like, if you hadn't before, you would be under the EIM. Is that correct? If you don't know, you can say.
I don't know the answer to that. I know there will be some changes to our OAT in terms of scheduling that will be required for that, but I don't know exactly what the details are there.
Do you know whether BPA and Avista are scheduled to join the EIM by 2022?
I believe they've both announced plans to do so.
And would you also agree that PacifiCorp and Idaho Power balancing area authorities are adjacent to Northwestern's balancing area authority?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know or are you aware whether PacifiCorp and Idaho Power are presently in the EIM?
Yes, both of them are in the EIM.
And is it the case that by the end of 2022, Northwestern will have direct EIM interface with Idaho Power, PacifiCorp, BPA, and Avista, which will all be members of the EIM by then?
Yes, although this is probably a caveat that doesn't matter much to you, Mr. Uda, but I don't believe we're interconnected in a significant way with Idaho Power.
Okay. So, do you know whether EIM participants will charge each other for transmission used in the EIM?
I do know that, and I'm glad you asked about that, because I've seen that come up in other areas in this docket. There is no charge for transmission within the EIM. That market is entirely within the hour. There is still a transmission charge if you want to schedule anything on a day ahead or hour ahead basis. And in fact, hour ahead schedules are required just like in the EIM, just like they are now. So if a party wants to schedule output from, say, a wind generator and move it across Northwestern system and across a Vista's system, they will have to pay the transmission charges on both of those systems. Within the hour in EIM, there is no transmission charge, but that's only for energy that flows that is different from what the base schedule was. So it's a very, very small amount of energy that is covered under that.
Okay. But do you agree in those hourly transactions that as a result of joining the EIM, you will be able to buy within the hour surplus energy from other balancing authorities without a transmission charge?
You said two different things in that question, not for hourly transactions, but within the hour.
Sorry,
Energy will flow without
Yeah,
transmission
with
charge.
that within the hour. That's what I meant to say. Sorry, I got that bollocksed up there. And also, keeping it within the hour, do you further agree that Northwestern will also be able to sell excess energy from your balancing authority to other EIM members without paying transmission charges?
Within the hour, yes, EIM transfers do not have a transmission charge.
I believe that's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Steinmetz.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Uda. Mr. Uda, it is late. Mr. Brown, do you have some questions for Mr. Steinmetz?
No questions, thank you.
All right. And Mr. Regala, staff questions.
Thank you, Chairman Koopman. Welcome, Mr. Steinmetz.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Regala?
Following up on a line of questioning you had, Mr. Uda, you noted that the battery resources and the wind resources could be subject to different OAT schedules under the new OAT, correct?
Yes, and I'll elaborate a little bit on that. What FERC allows is if you are going to charge different rates for the same service, so Schedule 3, for example, regulation and frequency response, you have to be able to clearly delineate between the classes of customers. So it's the same schedule, Schedule 3, but we have a rate for VER resources, variable energy resources, and non-VERs. And as part of the process and leading up to our OAT filing, we engage Navigant Consulting to help us study that and the contribution that each of those types of resources made to our need for that service. And so rates were developed based on the contribution of those resource types to the need for that service.
And so regarding Schedules 5 and 6, would you agree that if the batteries fail, the result is that the projects are reduced to two 60-megawatt wind resources, and that Schedules 5 and 6 should not then apply to those 40-megawatt battery resources?
Could you clarify what you mean, Mr. Regala, about the batteries failing? Are you talking about on a permanent basis or on a short-term basis?
You know, I guess let's consider on a short-term basis first and then on a permanent basis. So on a short-term basis, say there is a failure of the battery for a multiple-day event, not exceeding 5 days, and I don't have a good understanding of what would trigger either or, but I'll just say for 5 days. And essentially, Caithness is just left with its wind resources. Would 5 and 6, should Schedules 5 and 6 not apply to the battery resource in that circumstance?
I believe under our OAT, the charges for those schedules would apply regardless of whether the resource was on a short-term outage like that. The way the rates are calculated is to meet a revenue requirement, and they're designed to collect the rate, across the whole year,
And
rather than on a per megawatt hour generated basis or something like that.
okay, and so then what would turn into a long-term failure from an OAT perspective?
I might have been unclear. I don't really know that there's any distinction or any notion of a long-term failure from an OAT perspective.
Okay, so then
I suppose if they decommission part of the plant, then we'd quit charging them for that service.
but assuming there's any sort of offline, if the batteries go offline, you're still charging Schedules 5 and 6, but there's just no charge presumably accruing during that period when they're offline.
No, they would be charged.
sorry, yeah.
They would be charged essentially on a monthly basis, on a dollars per kW month basis.
That's right. That was my confusion. Next question. Do you agree that if batteries are operated to maximize the value of the hybrid resource, it's possible that in some hours, the battery may be adverse to Northwestern's regulation needs.
Absolutely.
And I'm specifically thinking, obviously, about deck services here.
Yes.
And why?
Sure. Let me approach the answer this way, Mr. Regal, and if I get too far afield, let me know. If you think about what CBC is proposing to do, they're calling it firming for the hour, or sometimes they're equating that with self-providing ancillary services. And what I would say is what they are proposing to do is not the equivalent of self-providing ancillary services, and that's for a few reasons. One of which you just mentioned, and I'll get to that in a minute. The first thing is, and it'll help to visualize probably if you think about what was on Northwestern Exhibit 1 that Ms. Hill introduced 2 days ago, I think, where it showed the different aspects of the project, what had been scheduled, what was actually delivered to the grid, what the shortfall or surplus was. What CBC is proposing is to not do any regulation of any excursions that occur between plus 3.6 megawatts and minus 3.6 megawatts. That's essentially what regulation service is. That's handling those small short-term movements in the output of a resource. They've indicated that they designed their algorithm to have a deadband in effect in the middle of that. So they're not providing regulation at all there. Then what they're planning to do beyond that is to hold, aside from that deadband, hold as close as they can to what is scheduled. So let's take, to get to your question, an example of, let's say that the wind farm is generating 20 megawatts below what it had been scheduled for. What CBC's algorithm would do, I think, based on their description of it, is draw down the battery and make up as much of that 20 megawatt difference as they could. So they'd be trying to hold to that what had been scheduled for the hour. However, what the utility is looking at is not just this one resource. We're looking at what's going on the whole system. So if, let's say, several other large wind farms were generating more than they scheduled for that hour, or our load was coming in lower than what we had anticipated for that hour, CBC drawing on the battery and pushing more megawatts out to the grid would actually be making our problem worse instead of alleviating the problem. And so holding to the schedule is not the same thing as providing regulation or flex ramping service. And that's one of the issues we have with it.
And so then in that circumstance, that hypothetical you just described, in your opinion, would you, would that indicate that Schedule 3 should apply to the batteries?
So I don't think that specific example really indicates that Schedule 3 should apply to the batteries, but I think that Schedule 3 per our OAT would apply to the batteries as a non-VER resource that has the potential to push megawatts out onto the grid.
Okay, thank you. Moving to a couple other questions. Mr. Udo is asking about what current generators subscribe to one or more of Northwestern's OAT schedules, and you indicated Horseshoe Bend.
Yes.
Can you state for the record what schedules Horseshoe Bend takes under, the schedules it takes under when it is subject to the OAT tariff?
I don't have firsthand knowledge of what of the transmission bills that go out. I believe they're taking the schedules I have listed here, Schedule 3, 5, 6, and 11. And there are also some other schedules that may apply to transmission customers, not generator specific, so they might be charged some other charges as well.
Okay. And is that the previous OAT tariff, or are they taking under the current interim tariff?
So they're taking them under the current interim tariff. That's the only rate that's in effect now. And you know, it's been called interim. That's not really what FERC says. FERC says the rates are in effect, subject to refund. That's the terminology they use. I will point out, I thought it was interesting that CBC has said they'd be happy to be under the old OAT, which is interesting because we did not have a Schedule 3 charge for generators under our previous OAT, nor a Schedule 11 charge under our previous OAT. So there was only a charge for load. So they wouldn't be charged anything for those services under the old OAT. So I can see why they'd be happy to take that instead.
That's helpful institutional knowledge I was not aware of. Have you reviewed the penalties Caithness proposed in its rebuttal testimony for failure to self-supply?
Yes, I read through them, and I worked out some of the math on them.
Assuming Caithness can self-supply, do you believe those penalties are adequate?
No, I don't, and let me explain why. In addition to what I described earlier as some of the reasons why what they are proposing is not really self-supplying these services, I'll again remind you of the exhibit Northwestern 1 that showed certain hours from, it was an excerpt from Caithness's response to PSC 17B, if I remember right. And one of the things that we talked about on Monday, I think it was an individual hour where there was something like 105 megawatts scheduled by CBC, and they only delivered 71. So they were 34 megawatts short. So that 34 megawatts would have to come from Northwestern's resources to make up for that. And we wouldn't know what hour that was going to come in. You know, they said they tried to reduce those types of events that where they were off schedule by more than 3.6 megawatts to 1 or 2% of the time. Well, that's a couple hundred hours a year, and there are a couple hundred hours a year that we can't predict. So we still need to hold the reserves in place to be ready for those times when they're off schedule by that much. So if we look at that example, which was 34 megawatts off, and by the way, if you look at the math on how much of their nameplate capacity they'd be required to provide for Schedule 3 and Schedule 11, it's about 33, 34 megawatts. It's something right in that range, coincidentally. I don't have the math in front of me right now, but I did the math the other day. For that hour where they were off by 34 megawatts, according to Caithness's penalty provisions, they would have had to pay something like a $300 penalty for being off in that hour. So Northwestern has to hold the reserves for the whole year because we don't know when they're going to be off schedule. We can't predict that. And based on the cost of our installed resources, which is how the FERC rates were developed, as Mr. Uda pointed out, you know, we're talking about $3 million of cost or so for customers. The worst hour under CBC's methodology, they would have paid a $300 penalty for that. So that's just not acceptable. We need to hold the reserves in place anyway.
So then, what would be your recommended response, given that you believe that the penalties are insufficient?
My recommendation is consistent with what I said in my testimony, which is I think the projects ought to be charged our OAT rates for those services. And if when the projects come online, they can demonstrate that they can provide ancillary services, which are, the phrasing in the OAT is an alternative comparable arrangement. That's what they have to show they can do. And if they show they can do that, we can let them self-provide, once they're up and running.
Assuming commission doesn't bite on your perspective, but instead follows Caithness's, what would, meaning there should be some sort of administrative penalty assessed for for self-supplying. Under their methodology, what do you think would be an appropriate administrative penalty, either the methodology or a way to essentially account for these large events where Northwestern has to hold resources in reserve that Caithness cannot provide?
So this is a difficult question for me to answer because I'm tempted to say there's no penalty that would be sufficient, but I'll try not to do that. But here's why I lean that direction. As a balancing authority, Northwestern has to maintain reliability. We have to meet the reliability standards. So we have to have the reserves in place regardless of, of what the contractual arrangement is with CBC. So by CBC's own numbers that they provided, they're going to fail to meet their own standard, which is, as I've said, not even up to what actually constitutes self-providing the reserves, but they don't even meet their own standard all the time, and they fail it sometimes by as much as 34 megawatts, meaning that the balancing authority has to keep that in reserve, and the cost to our customers to keep all of that generation in reserve for over the course of the year is about $3 million. So that's the order of magnitude of the cost to our customers. So whether it makes sense to have some kind of penalty in the contract that would be on that order of magnitude or not, I don't even know if that's practical, but it has to be of that, in that neighborhood to be something that actually incents them to self-provide in the way we need the services provided.
Okay, that's really helpful. So it's not that it can't be done. It would just have to match that reserve that the balancing authority would have to have on its books,
And
or something, some equivalent to that.
so, and I can hear my colleagues in the transmission department at Northwestern now cringing in the, as they watch this on the web probably, because I need to point out, we couldn't accept an arrangement that we didn't think was going to provide the service that let us meet the standards. We would have to carry the additional reserves in order to do that. So I don't want to give the impression that I think it's okay to agree to a contract that has a penalty provision in it if we don't think they can actually provide the services. And because they haven't shown us the intra-hour analysis, I don't know if they can provide those services or not at this point.
Okay, and so that will segue nice into determining whether Caithness can self-supply. And I'll appreciate your patience walking through a couple of these questions. I don't understand how this process works from Northwestern's perspective. How would Caithness go about demonstrating to Northwestern, practically speaking, to be able to self-supply, to determine that it can self-supply?
So I think that would probably be, there'd be a few steps to that. And I think Mr. Grant mentioned that they would want to know what specs we're talking about that they would actually need to comply with before they build their plant. I think that's a reasonable request. I wouldn't want them to build a plant thinking that they had to meet one standard when in fact it was a different standard. But that's not something that's just off the shelf that we have for batteries ready to hand to them and say, this is what you need to do. That's something that, as I mentioned in my testimony, we have done on a case-by-case basis in the past, and that was for other traditional generators to make sure that they could provide that. So we would have to develop some kind of specs to tell them that this is what we think you would need to build to. And then just speaking very roughly, once the projects came online, there'd be a testing phase where we would have to look at a number of different operating conditions and make sure that they could respond the way that we would need them to respond. And that would include, by the way, Ms. Hill mentioned yesterday or the day before, I think she listed 7 things that they have said the battery can do. I think I added 1 or 2 more after I heard Mr. Grant testify, but one of the things they keep talking about is moving energy from light load to heavy load hours. Then they also mentioned that they'd be on AGC and responding to a signal from Northwestern, which was confusing to me because they had talked about their own algorithm that set the output from the facility. So one of the things I think between designing the specs and some back and forth with a party who wanted to self-provide like this, we would need to understand exactly how their resource would respond to the communications they get from Northwestern, what those communication channels would look like, what information we'd need from them on a constant basis, probably the level of charge of the battery and things like that. There'd be a fair amount of working through that, and then we would need to test it once it got online to see if they can provide the services. And that isn't really a different process than would happen with anybody else. There are quite a few entities, I think, who self-provide, particularly spinning reserve and supplemental reserve, the kind of more straightforward products. But even that requires testing to make sure that they can ramp up in the amount of time that's required. So this is not anything, again, this is not anything specific to a QF that we'd be asking for here. This would apply to anybody any customer who came to us asking to self-provide.
And it's, given that this is a novel project and the communications between Caithness and Northwestern have been tenuous, and that's just from my outside perspective. I'm not making any normative statement, but what sort of timeline do you think is reasonable for Northwestern to be able to gather enough information to tailor this off-the-shelf product to actually fit to Caithness's project? Sorry, let me start this back. Appears to me there's at least 2 steps. First step is providing Caithness with upfront information that it can inform the build of its project, correct?
Yes.
Then the second step would be actually certifying once operational that it can self-supply, correct?
Yes.
And so in this first phase, what would be a reasonable timeline, a date certain from the issuing of a commission order to account for the back and forth between the developer and the utility to try and figure out all these bugs of what sort of information Caithness would need to develop its project to meet your OAT tariff?
I pause because I'm trying to think about what might have to happen between now and then, and recognizing that this would not be me doing this. This would be our transmission group. And so I hesitate a bit to speak for them. It sounds like something that would probably take a few weeks to get a first draft of that out for discussion with Caithness, probably. And how long it might take in the back and forth is hard to say, but I would think that the process would take several weeks, just in understanding what we're asking and whether they think they can provide it or not.
And Mr. Grant, I believe, had testified that they'd like some sort of third-party involvement in this process just to have some checks and balances. I don't understand what would be the best way to involve a third party in this process, because I don't think the commission would be, well, what would be your recommendation of involving a neutral third party in this process?
I have a hard time seeing a productive role that a third party could play in the process. Now, to the extent that there are other transmission providers who've already thought through this and have developed standards, I think that would be, something that our transmission folks might reach out to their colleagues and try to find a place to start for some of that. I'm not sure what Mr. Grant meant beyond that in terms of a third party being involved.
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, it's Northwestern as a balancing authority that needs to be comfortable with the arrangement, and that's what our oath requires.
And just to be clear, that determination would, the determination of whether Caithness can self-certify is a transmission group decision, or that's where the burden of labor would fall,
Yes.
correct? Do you see, Mr. Udo was asking you several questions about Northwestern's transition to the EIM market.
Yes.
Do you see any material changes in your OAT tariff that could impact Caithness's desire to self-supply? Obviously, my concern here is that we spend a lot of time working on this ability for Caithness to self-supply or take under your OAT tariffs, just for there to be a substantial revision in 3 to 4 years from now that could leave customers on the hook for good or for bad.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I can't point to specific things at this time that I think would cause a problem. I do think that if we follow that path and develop some specs and work with Caithness at this point, we do well to be mindful of what the changes are that will be coming once we enter EIM. I will take this opportunity, if I could, to add, we got some questions in our FERC process as well about EIM and whether we considered the effects of that in our rates. And, that's something, Mr. Regala, I wish I had 3 or 4 years till we get there. I have about, less than 2, so it's coming faster. But even 2 years out is too speculative to include in rates. It's similar to the way this commission would handle a rate filing. It's based on what our costs are during a test period, and there's some ability to include known and measurable changes, but we can't speculate about what the situation might be 2 years from now and implement rates today based on that.
And that's fair. And this is a speculative issue to go down, but I appreciate your response. Shifting to a quick question. This deals with dispatch stack, Grizzly and Black Bear. Your response testimony was filed a couple weeks back. Has there been any material changes in your understanding of whether Grizzly and Black Bear will become operational in Northwestern system?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm certainly not the right witness for that. I think Mr. Bobineau probably would be the remaining witness who would be best suited to answer that.
Nice. Okay. Thank you. Last line of questions for me. This deals with the data available to the QF. Dr. Fitch-Fleischman directed this line of questioning to you. Dr. Fitch-Fleischman testified yesterday that Northwestern does not have disaggregated retail load information on a real-time basis. Is that correct?
I heard him say that, yes. And it is correct.
It is correct. And is it correct that you have aggregated load information, including retail customers and whatever the other class of customers that were created post-deregulation?
Yes, and that's what we refer to as our BA, or balancing authority load, which is all the load on our system. That's a fairly easy number to get to because we have the generation all metered, and we have our interties with our neighbors all metered. And so with simple arithmetic and a loss factor, you can estimate pretty accurately in real time what the balancing authority load is. When you have to go down to the level of carving out individual pieces of that, like Northwestern supply customers, or sometimes we call it default supply, that's something that you can't get on a real-time basis at this point.
And is there a substantial difference in load between retail customers and non-retail customers? Point being, if there's not, would the aggregate information provide sufficient value to a QF because it would reasonably match retail peak load?
You know, I would say there's probably a pretty high correlation between the two. And our retail load is, something on the order of about 2/3 of our overall load. So, it's going to have a big influence on what the whole system is as well. So there's probably some value there. Again, I'd kind of circle back to the notion of trying to keep a clear head about what exactly we'd be using that information for and what we're trying to do. If it's the CBC projects using an algorithm to try to predict when our highest load hours are and giving us the generation or giving us the output during those hours, how would that fit with them self-supplying ancillary services at the same time? And so we'd have to sort out all those things and what's going on.
Operationally, are there any concerns, or what operational concerns exist from you providing that aggregated real-time data to Caithness to help optimize its battery?
I don't know that there are operational concerns so much as fairness concerns. So this is a little beyond my area and more in the realm of our transmission folks, but there are requirements in terms of what you provide to customers and what you make available, what information you make available to one rather than all. So I would suspect if we were going to do that, we would need to find a way to make it available to everybody on a real-time basis. And I will point out that the balancing authority, that whole system load, will be available publicly once we're in the EIM on a short delay on the market's OASIS page. So that information will be there at that time.
Interesting. So once you're in the EIM, everyone on the system is going to have access to that information. Yes. And at the aggregated level.
At the aggregated level, yes.
So then if the commission were to issue a decision, well, never mind. Sorry. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Steinmetz.
Thank you.
Oh, no, sorry. One quick line of questioning. Can you please define the meaning of firm 1 hour and firm day ahead energy?
Yes, or at least I can talk about it.
Or talk about it, yeah.
And I do have a little bit of pre-filed testimony about this, and that's one of the things that CBC has said. They're firming their output, and as I've already talked about, they're firming under only their own definition of what firming is, which is they came up with a bandwidth that they were comfortable with and said that they could keep the output within those bounds a lot of the time, most of the time. In all the other areas I've worked in the utility industry, there's a couple of uses of the word firm, and neither of them are similar to that. One is in regard to transmission service, whether it's firm or non-firm, and that has to do with the priority of that service if there have to be cuts of schedules on the transmission system. So the firm transmission service is the highest priority, and if there's a need for curtailment in transmission, that's the last that gets cut. So the non-firm gets cut first, and then the firm. That's not what CBC is talking about here, but that's a very common use of the term. The other one is firm in the context of, and I think CBC might have even used the phrase like a WSPP Schedule C firm product, and that's WSPP is, like many things these days, it used to be an acronym that stood for something. It used to be the Western Systems Power Pool, but now it's not that anymore. It's just WSPP. It means nothing anymore, but same organization. They developed a standard contract that a lot of utilities and other market participants use to trade electricity among each other. And one of the schedules under that contract is Schedule C firm. And that firmness has to do with the consequences if you don't deliver. It's a financial firmness, meaning if I sold you 25 megawatts and I don't show up with the 25 megawatts, what happens? If it was a firm product, I'm on the hook for liquidated damages, which means you had to go out and buy that somewhere else, and I have to pay your costs of doing that no matter what they were, or some agreed upon language about how to do that. Also, nothing to do with what CBC is proposing here. So to round all of that out, what CBC is calling firm is not a definition of firm that I've seen in any other context.
And so that financial firmness with the liquidated damages clause, that essentially gives you the incentive to ensure that any firm 1 hour or day ahead energy commitment is met, essentially.
Right, it's a financial firmness. It doesn't have anything to do with whether the balancing authority needs to carry, reserves around that or other ancillary products around that.
And wouldn't that
Nothing to
letter
do
of
with
credit provide that certainty, or would that be a de facto financial firmness? Sorry.
So I think that Ms. Shermerhorn would be better to answer that question in regard to the letter of credit. I'm not sure how that's proposed to work in the contract.
Okay. Thank you. That is it. Mr. Steinmetz, I appreciate the time.
And thank you, Mr. Ogala. Good job. I think next will be Chairman Johnson. Chairman Johnson, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Mr. Steinmetz. Good to see you again. Hopefully very brief here. Kind of three sort of related areas. First, just to make sure I understand the situation with regard to the battery as it relates to y'all being in a long position. If you're long and the battery is in a discharged condition that provides no relief to your long situation under, if they're a QF, correct? You can't move your
Correct.
your excess generation to the battery.
Correct. We could not push any generation from the grid to the battery.
Okay, conversely, if that battery's fully charged, you're long and they're discharging the battery, that can exacerbate the long situation that you're in.
Correct.
Okay. Now, under that situation, the wind's blowing, they're discharging the battery. That could indeed lead then to curtailment of hydro assets.
It could.
And there is with that, there's no variable cost to that asset. So there's a very real opportunity cost there if you have to curtail. My question there is how much flexibility within the fleet? I know a good deal of it is run of river, so there's not much you can do. How much potential at all is there to kind of defer that opportunity cost through storage and generating at some other time?
There is some, and that's part of what we're using to provide these ancillary services under our OAT. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think, something on the order of 50 megawatts or so of that capability, give or take, over the course of the year, and it varies from time to time. But there's a relatively short duration for that as well, similar to the battery we're talking about in the Caithness project, which is 20 megawatts for 2 hours, or a total of 40 megawatt hours. We'd have some similar limitations on the amount of storage we have, so we might be able to generate 50 extra megawatts, but we might only be able to do that for a couple hours.
Okay, so if the long position went on too long, then you're not going to be able to avoid the
That's right.
opportunity cost with that. The 50 megawatts relates to what in total generation potential?
The total hydro
Yeah,
fleet
hydro.
is about 440 megawatts or so.
10% give or take. Good. Okay. Looking then at, it was also, and these, if these questions are problematic, talk to Dr. Fitz-Fleischman. He's the one that told me to ask you. So looking now at the possibility of having to curtail coal strip below must-run levels, which is a possibility that he alluded to. What are the implications, both financially and operationally, to ramping down coal strip below must-run levels?
So I'll try to answer that since Dr. Fitch-Fleischman deferred it to me. I don't believe under our operating arrangement with the other coal strip partners, we'd be able to unilaterally go below our minimum operating level. Perhaps there'd be an exception if another party was above their minimum level. We might be able to go down farther than our level, so long as the overall plant wasn't below its minimum run level. The other alternative, if all parties agreed, I suppose you could take the resource offline for a day or two or a week if you thought you'd be in that condition for a long time. But again, Northwestern doesn't have the ability to do that unilaterally. If other parties want their share from the plant, we have to be online taking our minimum share.
So there's not once you get to that must run, you're either going to run at that level or you're going to get agreement among the owners to shut her down, basically. Those are the options. Okay. All right. Well, that does clarify that. Thank you very much, Mr. Steinmetz. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Chairman Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Steinmetz, good afternoon. Just a question. Your comments on CBC using the terminology and the way it's going to be utilized, the firming.
Mm-hmm.
In order for you to get a contract completed, does that definition and where it fits in with the Northwestern's needs and other suppliers, does that have to come to a common agreement, or can you work within it and just live with their definition?
Commissioner Lake, the terms of the contract aren't really my realm. I think it would be difficult, though, to work within a definition of firm that they're proposing that Northwestern believes doesn't meet our requirement for ancillary services. So I think we would need to work together to find common ground there.
That was pretty much my thinking, but when you said they used a different terminology and which is a different definition, it needs to get into the system matched with everything else that you have in the system. So I appreciate that. Thank you. No further questions.
Commissioner Pinocci, questions?
I heard Mr. Uda say that ancillary services were 60% higher for Caithness over another approved wind turbine project. Do you remember that?
I believe that's the number he used, yes.
Okay. Why would it be 60% higher than another approved wind turbine project?
That's a good question, Commissioner Pinocci. Prior to this docket, Northwestern did not have rates under our OATT or OAT for these ancillary services. We were providing them from our resources, but in prior dockets, we were both calculating the amount that was required for that particular project based on the specifics of that project and what else was in the portfolio and all the other factors around that. And we were also calculating the rates for those services or estimating them based on some proxy values to figure out what that service might be worth. So we used the price of market transactions we were aware of, for example, to get one bound of what that service might be worth. Now that we have filed with FERC for an OAT that has these services in it, we have a specific calculation for both the amount that is needed for each resource type and a cost that's based on the costs of our generating resources that we own currently. And those are resources that are currently in Montana rate base. So that's what our customers are paying to provide that service to the wind generators on our system currently. And so the transition was made to point to the actual cost-based rates and the rates under our FERC tariff for that reason.
Let's say you were given the opportunity to go back to the other wind turbine companies that are paying much less. Will you raise them up 60%?
No, this wouldn't affect any generators that we have a contract with currently, any QFs that we have a contract with currently. It would only affect projects going forward. This would be our plan to use a similar structure with other future QFs that we might contract with going forward.
So I'm trying to uncover any unfairness here. So you're saying any new project will have this higher rate that'll be 60% higher. We're not just picking on Caithness then.
That's right. These rates would apply to new projects, whether they're serving our load through a QF contract or serving some load in Washington or serving another load in Montana.
All right. Thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Hello, Mr. Steinmetz.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cooper.
You know, I don't think I have any additional questions. We've covered a lot of ground here. Recross, Mr. Ruda.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions.
Sure.
Thank
And
you both.
redirect, this is, well, I don't even say it. Redirect Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Steinmetz, I want to bring you back to some of your conversation with Mr. Regala on penalties. I think y'all talked about maybe a hypothetical of millions of dollars to compensate. All of that aside, is there some concern about anything else other than penalties? Is there a potential violation that might be an issue?
Yes. As I mentioned, Northwestern has to meet the reliability standards regardless of what our contractual arrangement is with CBC or anyone else. So if we fail to meet the reliability standards, we can be fined by the reliability entities, WEC and NERC. The amount of those penalties is hard to say. It depends on the severity of the violation. But they are fond of saying that they can fine you up to $1 million a day when you're in violation, or $1 million per occurrence in this case. So the penalty dollars could be substantial if we don't meet the standards.
And assuming that you could do what Mr. Regala, I think, was hypothetically alluding to, of setting a penalty amount for CBC, does that place an additional burden on Northwestern to monitor and enforce those penalties?
Yes, I think it would.
Okay. One thing I wasn't clear on, Mr. Regala asked you about the letter of credit, and you may not be able to answer this, but my understanding was the letter of credit was for capacity. Is there some confusion with the letter of credit for ancillary services, or do you even know?
I agree that those are two different things, but I don't know whether the proposed language would cover both or just one.
Okay. And then Commissioner Pinocci, I think, was just asking you basically, why would the rates be higher for CBC than Grizzly? And is the simple answer that Northwestern in the past hasn't been adequately recovering its rates for these services? Or am I oversimplifying?
I think that's exactly right. This has been the cost to provide these services based on the resources we currently own.
So is your proposal to recover these services, the cost of these services, is that fair to Northwestern's customers?
It is, and to the extent that we get other third-party generation under our OAT, this will be a revenue credit back to our Montana customers as well. So it's fair in the sense that the QF pays for the costs that it causes, and that credit goes back to our customers. And it's also fair that it's the same rates that would be applied to third-party generators as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No other questions.
Okay. And with that, Mr. Steinmetz, you are temporarily excused.
Can we do permanently? This was the one in the pre-hearing memo that he needed.
Oh, yes. You are permanently excused. Thank you. And we are right at about 4:30 now. Does it make sense to bring another witness forward? We certainly can if you prefer.
I think we're fine with calling it a day if he's rummy.
I'm totally fine with calling
Can I check one second
Surely.
on my witness's availability? Mr. Chairman, we're flexible, but the next witness is Autumn Muller, and it's possible we might be able to move through pretty quickly with her and check that one off our list and then go for
Sure,
the day.
let's do it.
So Northwestern calls Miss Autumn Muller.
And Ms. Muller, have you been sworn in? I have. All right, very good.
Good afternoon, Ms. Muller. Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Autumn Muller. My business address is 11 East Park Street in Butte, Montana.
By whom are you employed?
Northwestern Energy.
And what is your title with Northwestern?
I'm the coordinator of generation and transmission interconnection.
And you have a document before you marked as Exhibit NWE 6, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell me what that exhibit is?
It is my pre-filed intervener testimony.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
Can you state at a very high level just the general topics that you address in your testimony?
Yes, I covered the interconnection costs associated with this project, along with the Dave Gates resource, interconnection costs associated with the Dave Gates resource for Northwestern's proxy resource.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Ms. Muller's testimony marked as NWE 6 be admitted into evidence.
And any objections? MWE 6 is admitted into the record.
Ms. Muller, do you have your answer to CB? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I tender this witness for cross.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, may I commence cross?
You may begin.
Thank
You, Mr. Huda.
Do you have CBC 102 with you up there?
No, I can get it. Okay.
My understanding of, I assume you responded to this data request, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your statement in this response to data request that the time to mobilize, construct, and complete the interconnection facilities for CBC is unknown at this time?
Correct.
Okay. And the schedule will depend on Northwestern's construction activities on other projects?
Among other things, yes.
Yeah. And after a request has been made, you will issue a revised schedule to the customer. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And at present, the commercial operation date for the CBC project is October 2020. Do you agree?
No, I don't think that's correct.
What do you think it is?
Under the interconnection agreement, the commercial operation date for, well, it's broken out into two sections, but the overall project, which is the full build-out for 315 megawatts, is August of 2020. The interconnection agreement itself is not project-specific, as the projects are broken down in these dockets. We have one single interconnection agreement for 315 megawatts. But the way it's broken out currently, March of 2020 is when the first set of turbines is supposed to go commercial, and then August of 2020 is when the full build-out is to be completed.
I'm trying to understand your answer.
Is the LGIA in evidence for this project?
I don't know that it is. But let me just, I think maybe we can work through this.
Sure.
So are you building a 315 megawatt interconnect?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that the CBC projects, there's now two of them, and it's a 60 megawatt wind farm and 20 megawatt battery for each wind farm?
That isn't what the interconnection agreement is for. There's one single interconnection agreement for 315 megawatts.
And that's supposed to, that completed interconnection 315 megawatts is supposed to be built by when?
August of 2020 is what's in the current contract.
Okay. And at this time, has the request been received for this?
For what?
Well, you said a revised schedule will be provided to the customer once the request is received.
Right. So under the interconnection agreement, the language under section 5.16 of the LGIA, the customer has the option to suspend construction activity for a period of up to 3 years, and they've exercised that right. So currently, the construction activity is on hold, and once they move the project back into construction, we will have to revise the schedule accordingly.
That's what I was trying to get at. Thank you, Ms. Mueller. You were
Sure.
very helpful. Okay, so let's talk about another issue. Do you agree that CBC has guaranteed the full payment for the interconnection facilities?
Yes.
Okay. And they have provided you with security as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you agree that there should be no deduction from the avoided energy costs for interconnection?
You want my opinion?
Ms. Mueller, you're on the stand. This is supposed to be all you.
Well, I guess unlike other projects, this project will not be taking transmission service to offset the costs associated with that. So because of that, I would think that there would be a deduction, in my opinion.
Okay. Do you agree that if network service were requested today, there would be no network facilities required to move CBC's output to the load center?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, questions?
No questions, thank you.
And Mr. Casey, questions from you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Mueller.
Good afternoon.
I'll be brief. So, number one, your testimony indicates that the LGIA signed by Northwestern is with, is it Chafin Enterprises?
Yes. Chafin Wind Energy LLC. Yes.
Is Is there any significance I should attribute to that, the fact that it's not with CBC?
Our contractual relationship is with that group. My understanding is that basically the 315 megawatt interconnection, that on the customer's side, they are trying to break it down into multiple projects, but the contractual relationship that I have, with regard to my contract is with Chafin Wind Energy LLC.
Are you aware of what the relationship is between Chafin and CBC?
They've got multiple LLCs that have been created for the smaller projects, but as far as the tie between the two, whether it's a parent company and subsidiaries, I'm not positive exactly.
You've also got some testimony regarding the flow of energy from the grid onto the battery. I think you said there's nothing in the LGIA that prevents CBC's battery from charging off the grid. Is that accurate?
Yeah, the metering associated with breaking these projects apart is not even in the LGIA. There's just one meter in the LGIA. That's at the point of interconnection where the 315 megawatts ties into Northwestern's system. If these projects are broken down into smaller projects, then Northwestern will have to install low side metering. So basically install 4 or 5, I guess they're at 5 currently now under this 315 megawatt project. If they break it down into the 5 projects that they've talked about, we'll have to go out and install 5 meters. But the metering, even for those projects, will be installed at the collector substation, so not even directly at the batteries. And this customer will also be a load customer for Northwestern. They will be taking station service from us, so we would have no way to differentiate with our metering between the two types of load.
Okay, and I think that gets to my next question, that there's no, I think you've said that there's no way for Northwest Energy to monitor whether flows of energy occur from the grid to the battery, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So can you describe for me why that's significant from your perspective?
Will you maybe?
Why is it noteworthy? Why have you taken the time to note that in your testimony?
Well, my understanding, the developer has indicated that they will not charge the batteries from our system. And from our standpoint, we just would have no way to verify that that's correct.
Okay. Doesn't affect, though, the way that you're going to charge them for energy that flows that direction, though, right?
No.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else. Thanks, Ms. Muller.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
And let's see, I think Commissioner Capanochi is next.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
And Chairman Johnson.
No questions, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Vice Chairman Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one clarifying. Since the Chaffin Group has the interconnection contract that's currently working with, and you have one paragraph in here that says, as for the 2 sub-projects that Northwestern believes are at issue, which would be the CBC, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That you are going to obtain cost estimates just for them, so they will be a part of the Chaffin application, but a subgroup that'll have its own set of costs that represent just what they're going to need for the interconnection?
No, they still will just have one single LGIA for the 315 megawatts. Because the projects have requested separate metering, we will identify what costs are associated with separate metering, but they wouldn't be part of the LGIA. We would have to enter into a separate agreement for them to fund the cost associated with the installation of that metering. But the project itself is and will stay a single interconnection.
So CBC's responsibility for costs would only be for their portion of the Chaffin application? Or are they going to have to pay for everything and then collect from the other people that come on when they come on?
Again, our interconnection agreement is with the Chafin Wind LLC, so the cost responsibility for the full project is, the responsibility is the responsibility of Chafin Wind LLC. So how they collect whatever they collect among those owners is a relationship that is between those parties, not us.
Okay, all right, I think I understand. So they're going to have a separate contract behind the head, or behind the Chaffin application.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Miller. I just got to the notes I was looking for, but whatever. So what is the actual relationship of the cost of the Dave Gates planned build-out, the interconnection costs, to the interconnection costs planned to be charged to CBC?
They've already been constructed. So under an interconnection agreement, we identify what upgrades are necessary to interconnect the facility to our system. The two types of upgrades that we'll identify in those studies are transmission provider interconnection facilities and network upgrades. So they're broken out into the two categories. When Dave Gates was constructed, all of the network upgrades and TPIF upgrades for the full 213 megawatts were constructed at that time. So on the customer side, they would still have their own costs associated with adding generation, but all of the network and TPIF costs and upgrades have already been constructed. So there would be nothing additional on our side.
Okay. So how does that relate to the CBC then?
So for interconnection of the Chafin Wind project, they have $5.1 million worth of network upgrades, and I'd have to double check what amount of TPIF upgrades still to be constructed. So none of that construction is complete.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Okay, well, thank you for that. Okay, any recross, Mr. Uda, Mr. Brown, and redirect Ms. Hill?
Yes, Ms. Mueller, have you ever had a circumstance where a QF generated more than they contracted for?
Yes.
Could you explain what happened?
We've had a couple of different instances, and that is one thing that makes this relationship a little bit difficult from a transmission provider perspective. So under the interconnection agreement, this developer has rights up to 315 megawatts. So if they installed an 80 megawatt wind facility and 20 megawatts of batteries, and then for whatever reason they were over generating, say they came in at 103 megawatts total, we couldn't do anything with that. From a contractual standpoint, they have rights up to 315 megawatts, so they aren't violating anything under their interconnection agreement. So with regard to this request, the developers indicated that they're installing 60 megawatts with the 20 megawatt battery banks. But if they exceed that, from a transmission perspective, they are not in any kind of violation. We have had we've had a number of customers who've interconnected and had interconnection rights at, say, 80 megawatts. And our EMS system is scheduled to monitor, and so we'll set the threshold at 80 megawatts. So if they exceed that, we'll get an alarm. We can contact the developer, have them get it back under control, and then handle it with the language in the LGIA that supports them not being able to exceed that amount. With these projects, we would not have the ability to do that. We did have one QF in particular. It was a 10 megawatt QF. The turbines, we worked with the turbine supplier on this project because they could not, they continually were exceeding the 10 megawatts, exceeding. We spent quite a bit of time with the supplier to see what the issue was, what they needed to do to get it under control. They ultimately just came back in and requested interconnection for 1 more megawatt and increased the interconnection agreement to 11 because they never did get it under control. So now there's an 11 megawatt QF or interconnection agreement with that developer so that they didn't have to kind of continue to be burdened with the contract and the limitations.
So what would happen if another customer tried to interconnect at the point after the CBC projects were online?
Which CBC projects?
I'm sorry. The two 60 megawatt wind with 20 megawatt battery.
Okay, so can you clarify additional CBC projects or some new developer at that point of interconnection?
So let's say the 315 is built. What would happen then if someone else tried to interconnect at that point?
Could be more CBC, could be someone else.
I think we're all tired. I won't ask any more questions. Thank you.
Well, with that, Ms. Mueller, I think you need to be permanently excused. Is that right?
No, I can be, but
Oh,
I don't
well,
need to
okay.
be.
Maybe I was assuming too much. I was assuming you didn't want to make the trip again from Butte tomorrow. But in that case, you'll be temporarily excused.
Okay, thank you.
And I suspect that's the end of your witnesses for today, Ms. Hill.
I'm ready to stop for today. If I can tell you about some lineup for tomorrow.
Would you please? Yes, that'd be great.
Can start with Mr. Bobineau.
Okay.
Well, actually, let's start with Ms. Schermerhorn, and then Mr. Bobineau. And then I think that's it. And I do have one other housekeeping matter. Yesterday, Dr. Fitch-Fleischman talked about an Excel bid RFP, and I can't remember if you had wanted that in the record or what, but I made copies of what Dr. Fitch-Fleischman was talking about.
Okay. I don't remember if that was intended for the record or not, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I did ask for it. What I was suggesting yesterday, Mr. Chairman, was, the commission has kind of requested, I requested information, in part because of the way this record was created in the first place, because there was no discovery on rebuttal.
Right.
That if there are late provides, that we give the parties the ability to look at it and comment on it. So, if you want it in the record, that's fine, or if they just want to give it to me, that's fine too. I mean, I'm not insistent on either approach.
Oh, and you've got copies of that, Ms. Hill?
Yeah,
for the
I can share it, and that is, his approach is fine with me, not worrying about the record that way.
Okay, and if you want to distribute to others, to the commissioners, so forth, that's fine as well, if you have enough copies. All right.
Thank you.
Anything else? And of course, once we're done with the Northwestern witnesses, then we'll listen to MCC's witness or witnesses, and then after that, as I understand it, the understanding is that the interveners can recall any witnesses, and then finally, CBC, the petitioner, can recall any witnesses.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Yeah, and I don't plan on recalling anyone.
Okay, very good. All right, at this point, I'd like to ask if there's any public comment. If anyone would like to give comment at this time, please come forward. It appears not. So we are off the record, and we'll be, what's that? Oh, I thought I heard someone say. Until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and we'll reconvene at 9. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.